Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-30, Spring Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne, seconded. Mrs. McKnight for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Fuhrer, moves that Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good to see you in the chair this morning. Thank you to all the honourable members in the chamber this morning. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue, it's my honour and privilege to begin debate on Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026. Earlier this week, the Minister of Finance delivered a riveting 2026 Spring Economic Update, which built upon the momentum of Budget 2025 by announcing the next steps in our ambitious plan to build Canada strong for all. The Spring Economic Update provided a clear update on the strength of Canada's economy, giving Canadians confidence in our plan. Through it and through this legislation, we're offering targeted relief to make life more affordable, support workers, and accelerate the construction of homes and major infrastructure across the country. We're strengthening Canada's competitiveness and economic growth while investing in strong, safe communities across the country. We're doing all of this at a time when Canadians are navigating a rapidly changing and increasingly fragmented world, one that is more complex, more volatile, and for many more costly and unpredictable. Every day we seem to awaken to news of trade conflicts and wars that would have seemed unthinkable just a few years ago. These are developments that Canada had no role in precipitating, and yet they are developments from which we are not immune. Today's highly integrated global economy is built on tight supply chains and just-in-time deliveries, and while these arrangements have created tremendous benefits and efficiencies over the years, they also come with vulnerabilities. This means that when the system is disrupted anywhere, people are affected everywhere, and that includes here in Canada. In response, Canada's new government continues to focus on what we can control here at home, building a strong Canadian economy, diversifying our trade partners abroad, delivering responsible fiscal management, and supporting Canadians who are under pressure from everyday expenses with a boost today and a bridge to tomorrow. With the Spring Economic Update 2026, Canada Strong for All, we're proposing the next steps in this plan. It advances our progress of building more affordable homes and the major infrastructure that transforms and connects our economy while bringing down costs to help Canadians get ahead. And it provides a clear and transparent account of how Canada's economy is performing in an increasingly uncertain world. This transparency is critical to lift the fog of uncertainty, help businesses seize new opportunities, and give families the confidence to plan for their futures. With our plan, Madam Speaker, we're building a Canada that is not just strong, but is good. Not just prosperous, but fair. A Canada that is not just for some, most of the time, but for all at all times. It's a plan to build Canada Strong for All, and with Bill C-30, we are moving forward with that plan. We have a plan to help to grow a strong and resilient economy, Madam Speaker, but it is Canadian workers who are ultimately going to help build the strongest economy in the G7.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé on a point of order. Point of order. The interpreter has noted that there is a phone going off near the microphone. It's beeping. That's very dangerous for auditory health.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have a phone near the microphone? Yeah, because the vibration can be extremely perturbing for the... Thank you.
It's not my phone, but that's...
Merci, Honourable Député.
I thank the honourable member.
So with our plan, Madam Speaker, we're building a Canada that is not just strong, but good. Not just prosperous, but fair. A Canada that is not just for some, most of the time, but for all at all times. It's a plan to build Canada strong for all, and with Bill C-30, we're moving forward with that plan ambitiously. We know that workers are at the center of that plan. They're the ones that are going to help us build the strongest economy in the G7. That's why the Spring Economic Update made historic investments in the Canadian workforce. In order to create new opportunities for young Canadians, we're launching the Team Canada Strong initiative to recruit, train, and hire 80 to 100,000 new Red Seal skilled trades workers by 2030-2031, aligned to Canada's housing, infrastructure, and defense needs. We're expanding training capacity to deliver results at scale, modernizing apprenticeship grants to meet the needs of the current labor force market, while working with labor, employers, and our provincial and territorial partners to shorten timelines and improve labor outcomes. We also moved forward with something that's close to my heart, which is employee ownership trusts. Because Canadian workers are going to help build a strong and resilient Canadian economy, purpose-built for the 21st century, they should share in the success of the businesses that they're helping to build. That's why we are making the Employee Ownership Trust tax exemption permanent. Building and buying Canadian is a core mission of our government, and employee ownership trusts empower Canadian workers to buy into the businesses that they help create and build. With a generational wealth transfer set to occur over the coming decades, EOTs, or Employee Ownership Trusts, will enable workers to participate directly and benefit from the companies that they make stronger. That's exciting news for workers all across this country, and we've seen examples in the UK and the US of true success with employee ownership trusts, exhibiting a collective ownership model that truly shows how successful those businesses can be. Our government, for example, also is enhancing the labor mobility deduction, which recognizes that investing in transportation infrastructure is vital to the success of Canada's economy because, among other things, it allows our workers to go where the work is. But we also recognize that some workers in the construction trades incur high expenses to travel for temporary jobs. And to recognize these costs, the labor mobility deduction for tradespeople currently provides tax recognition on up to $4,000 per year in eligible temporary relocation expenses for tradespeople and apprentices who relocate to temporary lodging that is at least 150 kilometers closer to a job site where they are performing construction activities. So to recognize those additional costs, the Spring Update proposes to increase the annual limit on expenses that can be deducted from $4,000 to $10,000, and that's indexed annually to inflation, and to modify the minimum distance threshold for relocations from 150 kilometers to 120 kilometers, and those changes will be effective for 2026 and subsequent taxation years. And I'm pleased to be able to say that Bill C-30 would make this increased support for Canadian workers a reality, making it more economical for them to bring their skills to where the work is and to build Canada strong. But helping workers move to where the jobs are is just one way through which Bill C-30 will support Canadian workers. Madam Speaker, we know, for example, that many sectors in Canada, including agriculture, fishing industries, forestry, and tourism, rely heavily on seasonal workers due to weather, natural cycles, and fluctuating demand. And employment insurance currently provides temporary income to support these workers during off-season periods when their seasonal work is unavailable, helping them maintain financial stability and remain in their communities. This support also benefits employers and regional economies by ensuring that experienced workers return each season, which helps industries operate efficiently and supports economic activity in many rural and coastal regions across Canada. So to better address gaps in EI support between seasons in specific regions, temporary rules were introduced in 2018 to provide up to 5 additional weeks of EI regular benefits for a maximum of 45 weeks to eligible seasonal workers in 13 economic regions. While this support was set to expire in October 2026, the spring update announced our government's intention to extend this support in the 13 targeted regions until October 2028. And Bill C-30 would make this extension a reality, delivering an estimated additional $356 million in support for seasonal workers over the next 5 years. Well, we're also extending the RRSP homebuyers plan in Bill C-30 and to further support workers and their families. Madam Speaker, the legislation before us would also deliver cash flow support to make it more manageable for Canadians to finance home ownership. The homebuyers plan allows first-time homebuyers to withdraw up to $60,000 from their registered retirement savings plan to buy or build a qualifying home, $120,000 per couple. Under the plan, withdrawals are not included in income when withdrawn. Instead, they must be repaid to the RRSP over a period of no more than 15 years, starting in the second year following the year in which the withdrawal was made. Now, I know that sounds complicated, but this is good news for anybody who's able to take money out of their RRSP to help purchase a first home. The Spring Economic Update 2026 proposes to extend the grace period during which homeowners are not required to start repaying their withdrawals from 2 years to 5 years for participants making a first withdrawal between January 1st, 2026 and December 31st, 2028. This would build on the extended grace period that already applies to withdrawals made between 2022 and 2025, providing cash flow relief of up to $4,000 per individual per year for the 3 years over which they are not required to repay the amount into their RRSP. Once again, C-30 makes this support a reality. Madam Speaker, our government also recognizes that supporting Canadian workers means protecting them from the economic impacts of an uncertain world. Military conflicts are disrupting global energy supply, pushing up prices worldwide, and leaving Canadians and consumers around the world facing higher prices at the gas pump, creating uncertainty and pressure on household finances. And that's why our government recently announced that it is taking action to help Canadians through these challenges by suspending the full amount of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel fuel and aviation fuels from April 20th, 2026 until Labor Day, which is September 7th, 2026. By legislating this change, Bill C-30 will reduce pressure on prices at the pump and lower Canadians' bills at the gas station with expected savings of up to $5.75 on a tank of gasoline and up to $2.30 on diesel when filling up roughly a 50-liter tank of fuel. All told, it is estimated this will provide over $2.4 billion in total tax relief that will ease the pressure of higher fuel prices on Canadians in 2026. And once again, C-30 would transform this relief into law. At the same time, Madam Speaker, this is not the only excise tax relief that Bill C-30 would deliver to bring down costs and support our economy through current challenges. It would also implement a 2-year extension of the alcohol excise duty relief to protect brewers, distillers, and winemakers during this period of global uncertainty. We know, for example, that Canada's small craft brewers are not only among the finest in the world, which I truly appreciate, but that they are also an important contributor to a growing economy, creating jobs in communities across the country. I have quite a number of craft brewers that are currently nearly 1,200 small and independent craft breweries and brew pubs across Canada. And they aren't just making world-class products, they're the backbone of many communities, supporting thousands of jobs across the country and contributing significantly to local economies. What makes Canada's craft brewers so great and popular is that they care and take pride in producing their fine products and their understanding of the ingredients needed to make a product truly exceptional. But in past years, we saw the cost of those ingredients like hops, barley, and other grains rise significantly due to global inflationary pressures stemming largely from COVID-19 supply chain disruptions. And this presented a real challenge for our brewers in Canada. That's why our government acted back in March 2024 to extend Budget 2023's 2% cap on the inflation adjustment for beer, spirit, and wine excise duties. At the same time, we announced that we were cutting in half the excise duty rate on the first 15,000 hectoliters of beer brewed in Canada for 2 years, providing a craft brewer with up to $86,952 in additional tax relief in that tax year. It was the right thing to do then, and there was tremendous support from the industry for this relief, which helped the sector weather a period of elevated inflation as economic conditions started to normalize. But as we all know, the world is once again changing rapidly and unpredictably, bringing with it a new round of challenges for many industries, and this industry included. Long-standing and fruitful trade relationships that countries have relied on for decades are being fundamentally reshaped by these global changes, leaving economies, businesses, and workers under a cloud of uncertainty. And unfortunately, Canada is no exception in this regard. And that includes our craft brewer sector or brewing sector. We know, for example, that small brewers are particularly exposed to trade-related swings in commodity prices as they do not enjoy the economies of scale that major industrial brewers enjoy. And we know that the industry is concerned about these developments, which is why we recently announced that Canada's new government will continue to support Canadian breweries by maintaining for an additional 2 years the 2% cap on excise duties for beer, spirits, and wine. Thank you. We similarly announced that we will also maintain for an additional 2 years the halving of the excise duty rates on the first 15,000 hectoliters of beer brewed in Canada. For a craft brewery, this second measure means up to about $90,000 in tax relief for the coming year. That is not small potatoes, that's significant support. Combined, those two support measures are expected to provide over $30 million in relief to the sector through to 2028. And Bill C-30 would make this extended support a reality. Now, by extending this relief, Bill C-30 would be providing stability at a critical moment, helping small and medium-sized businesses focus on what matters most, growing their operations, supporting local workers, and keeping our economy strong and resilient. I would also note that the bill takes action on the tax front to lower the cost of food production at this time of global uncertainty by implementing our government's commitment to introducing immediate expensing for greenhouse buildings. This means agricultural producers would be allowed to fully write off investments in greenhouses acquired on or after November 4th, 2025, and that become available for use before the year 2030. So supporting Bill C-30 also means supporting increased domestic supply and investment in food production over the medium term, which is a major focus for our government in the spring economic update. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I hope to have conveyed in my allotted time that Bill C-30 means more than just supporting affordable food and fuel. It means helping key sectors of the economy through an ongoing challenge or set of challenges so they can thrive and grow, supporting the communities that depend on them. It means supporting Canadian workers, making it more economical for them to go where the jobs are, making it easier for them to manage the financing of home ownership, and it means advancing our mission to build Canada strong for all. So I encourage my honourable colleagues to look at our government's plan in detail. I would similarly encourage them to carefully consider the measures in Bill C-30 and how they will advance our plan to build a stronger Canada. I would encourage them to join us, and I think this goes without saying, to join our party, the government, in advancing this plan. We will always welcome your support. It's never too late to have a change of heart, and I know the opposition has to do their job, hold the government to account, but I think we can all agree that there are substantive, significant measures within this bill that will advance a plan for Canada that truly supports Canadians right across the country. And so I look forward to your support and welcome any questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. He spent a fair bit of time in his speech on the excise section, and he said that they are halving the rate of excise. And I'm pretty sure what he meant was they are having the increase on the excise. So I would like him to clarify so that we don't leave Canadians with the impression that they're actually reducing the tax on excise. They're reducing the rate at which they're increasing the excise. And perhaps he could comment then whether or not that would bring the excise rate down to the level it was in 2017 before they started automatically increasing it every year.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I appreciate the member opposite's question. I think just to clarify, what I said was that we were cutting in half the excise duty rate on the first 15,000 hectoliters of beer brewed in Canada for 2 years. So this is an extension of a previous measure, which does change the escalator. So there's two different portions of this. One the portion I'm mentioning is geared towards craft brewers. But in general, we've decreased the escalator to 2%, or capped it at 2%. And that's good news, because what we've heard from our major brewers in Canada is that they budget for 2% excise duty. And so it's exactly what they would expect and what they've asked for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. We in the Bloc are worried about measures announced for the Canada Food Inspection Agency as regards pesticides and herbicides. It says that now the health consequences will be considered equally as much as the economic consequences. My colleague sat with me on the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, so I know he's aware of the issues. I'd like him to reassure me about something. We worked on this in committee, and we condemned organizations like the ARLA, the Pesticides Management Agency, and we were being asked to approve products. But it's about efficiency. They're telling us now they want to consider the economic angle, and we support that, but we worry that it might be a slippery slope when it comes to protecting public health, and I'd like my colleague to reassure me on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I must say, Madam Speaker, I wish
Thank you.
French was better so I could answer en français, but I appreciate the member opposite's question, and I did enjoy the time that we spent on the Agriculture and Agri-Food Standing Committee together. The agriculture industry is very important to me, so what I could do is, I think, commit to speaking with him about his concerns and looking into the very details of what he's brought forward today, and be happy to do that with him after the session.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, yesterday the member had some time to talk about the Sovereign Wealth Fund. That is a major aspect of the spring update, budget update, Madam Speaker. I think it does and makes a very powerful message to Canadians that as a government, as a Prime Minister, we're committed to get the funds that are necessary in order to build Canada strong, which is great for all Canadians. I wonder if he could just provide his thought as to why, upon reflection on the discussions that we had in the chamber yesterday, where the Conservatives and the Bloc came together in opposition to the Sovereign Wealth Fund, why it is that they might want to reconsider that position also. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the opportunity to speak to this a little bit more. But in my view right now, Canadians across this country believe in our country, the strength of our country. They're resilient, but they want to help build the strongest economy in the G7. They're aligned with that vision. And I think that people want to participate meaningfully in that. So the Sovereign Wealth Fund gives them an opportunity, a retail opportunity, an opportunity for them to invest small amounts of money that are highly protected from any downside risk and that will get high returns based on investments across Canada in major pieces of infrastructure that I know that many of us are very proud to see starting to get built. You know, in my area, at Darlington, the new nuclear facility, there's 4 small modular reactors that are getting built, 21,700 jobs. It's exciting. It's going to add $38 billion to Canada's GDP over time. That's a good example of a project that will be highly revenue generating, where many pension plans from in Canada, around the world, the Canada Growth Fund has invested. But the idea here is to make sure the Canadian public can also benefit from the prosperity and wealth that we're building together. That's exciting, and Canadians want to participate.
Honourable Member for Sandwich School Funds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to our Honourable friend, Parliamentary Secretary. I want to specifically drill into what we can expect in an omnibus budget bill in relation to the Pest Control Products Act, and he referenced that earlier. Will that section of the bill be carved out so that potential health threats through reducing the regulatory process of registering new pesticides, which I'm assuming this may be about, will go to the Health Committee and not just the Finance Committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I appreciate the very specific question. I would have to look into that matter further and get back to the member, because I'm not aware of whether this particular section would be carved out of Bill C-30. I think the proposition right now is that the bill is packaged into one piece, but I'd be happy to look into it and get back to the member.
The Honourable Member for Kenora, Kiewitlee-Nung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then the Prime Minister last year was elected in part on a promise of being a strong fiscal manager. Now we fast forward a year to this economic statement, and we see in reality more spending, higher debt, and a budget deficit of over $65 billion, Madam Speaker, double that of Justin Trudeau's, if you can believe that, Madam Speaker. So it's interesting to hear the Liberals talking about their strong fiscal position when in reality they're bringing forward a reckless fiscal plan. I want to know how the member can explain this reckless policy at a time when Canadians are struggling to get by and facing a cost of living crisis.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's interesting to listen to the honourable member, the way he positions and contorts reality, because when you look at what the government had projected in the previous budget, the spring economic update actually shows that we have $11.5 billion less of a deficit. That's due to the Canadian economy being more resilient. It is, look, like, I don't know why the opposition gets so triggered by this stuff, but the International Monetary Fund would arguably be the world's expert at analyzing global economies and nations' economies. They have said very specifically that Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7. I don't know how the opposition members can come into this House every day and talk down the Canadian economy. We've seen many signs of progress, with foreign direct investment being at an 18-year high, wages doubling the rate of inflation. There is lots of progress in our economy.
Honourable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues and I are making responsible choices to support the economy. That's clear. Opposition members don't seem to see that, even though it's apparent. Despite that, can my colleague explain how these measures support families and businesses, and especially young people? Thank you.
Terry. Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know that our government is making responsible choices to support the economy. The only ones who can't see that are opposition members.
Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will answer what he can, and then we will move to another Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do agree with the member that the government is making responsible decisions, whether it's investing in small craft harbors or sports from playground to podium, or making it easier to access the disability tax credit. We're building a stronger Canada.
Honourable Member for Parkland.
Thank you, Madam
Speaker. You know, Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman said there's 4 ways to spend money, and the worst way you can spend money is when you're spending somebody else's money on others because it's the least efficient and you're least careful with it. We've seen this Liberal government put $200 million into a concrete slab spaceport in Nova Scotia. And I want to know, you know, when we're talking about a sovereign debt fund of $25 billion, that's government spending taxpayers' money. I want to ask that member, the Parliamentary Secretary, is he borrowing money right now to invest in things like spaceports? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 10 seconds.
Well, as we know, many Canadians borrow money in order to buy a home and build, you know, equity and financial stability for their future. So there are ways in which the member should understand that we can build wealth, generational wealth in Canada, and give Canadians the opportunity to participate in that.
Before we resume debate, just a reminder to all members that before I say resuming debate, members have to remain in their seats. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I ask unanimous consent. I ask for the House, through you, for unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Does all those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay? It's a splitting of time. Nay? Okay. Oh, yay. Yay, agreed. Okay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we can start my clock now. So let's make no mistake. This is another Liberal, costly credit card budget. This budget has record debt service charges, and record spending. This is just more of the same failed approach that we have seen for the last 10.5 years since this government came into power and inherited a balanced budget. So this is just more of the same. This is a failed approach that is continuing to fail. And so we have a deficit now on this budget of $67 billion. That is double the budget that was projected in the last Trudeau budget for this year. So remember what happened then? Does everybody remember? That was when the Liberals were going to table a budget of $30 billion for the deficit for this year. And that deficit then was considered so big and so bad that Chrystia Freeland resigned rather than table it. Exactly. Do you remember that day? Remember, I was in the lockup, Madam Speaker, when that day. It was pure chaos. Nobody even knew whether the budget was going to be tabled or not. Nobody would sign it. When it actually was dropped, it had no signature. There was no minister. Nobody was willing to take responsibility for even a $30 billion deficit projected in this year. It precipitated the eventual resignation of Trudeau. And here we are a year and a half later, and they are tabling a budget that is twice as bad as that one, which was so bad it brought down a finance minister and a prime minister, Madam Speaker. And so they turn to the guy that was supposed to be the adult, who was supposed to be the credentialed, experienced person who knew that money didn't grow on trees and that you could not borrow your way to prosperity, and that money borrowed eventually had to be repaid. Everybody thought that that was the guy they had gone to. But Madam Speaker, here we are. $67 billion. That's double the deficit that was so bad a year and a half ago that it brought down a prime minister. So this budget is going to squeeze out. It's going to begin to squeeze out other spending, Madam Speaker. The fastest growing item in this budget and in the projections here is debt service. $57.8 billion. That's the current expenditure on debt service, Madam Speaker. That is money that is not being spent on health transfers, on old age security, on buying and procuring submarines. Something that they haven't done yet. And it's the fastest growing part. It's going to go to $80 billion in the short-term horizon that this budget covers. So and we also see debt growing through accounting trickery, Madam Speaker, because they are going to borrow $25 billion to fund this so-called wealth fund. The money is going to be borrowed. It is right there, buried in an appendix there at the back, where they're going to borrow this money, which is a charge against the consolidated revenue of Canada. It has to be paid, but they offset it and peg it as an offsetting asset, which won't be generating money to repay the debt. Certainly not anytime soon, if ever. And so the debt is actually getting worse than even the deficit number would state because of this wealth fund that they have created. So talk about an exercise in announceology. We heard the previous speaker talk about building Canada. Yes, we need to build in Canada. There are so many things that need to be built in this country. We need a strong Canada. Everybody in this House wants a strong Canada. Every Canadian wants their country to be strong and secure and prosperous and stable and peaceful. These are all the things that we want, all Canadians want, Madam Speaker. But we're not going to get there by just simply borrowing money, declaring that we have a sovereign wealth fund when there is no wealth backing it, and that's not going to get us where we need to go. Think of where we were 10 years ago, Madam Speaker. They had a balanced budget. There was an approved pipeline. The Northern Gateway pipeline was approved. They came in here with an approved pipeline and a balanced budget. Enbridge could have built that pipeline. Today it would be built. It would be pumping out 500,000 barrels a day into world markets, creating $50 million a day at today's prices in revenue. It would be creating $20 billion a year at today's prices, Madam Speaker. Think of how much taxes, how much provincial royalty, all of these public goods that would go toward building schools and hospitals and the public services that Canadians rely on. But they canceled it. It was literally the first thing they did. And now here they are having this out-of-body experience, wondering why things haven't been built in Canada over the last 10 years. Why do we have this deficit of infrastructure? They ran in 2015 promising to borrow in the short term in order to build infrastructure that would allow the budget to balance itself, but it didn't happen. The deficits happened, and they continue to spiral upward to what we have today with a $67 billion deficit, Madam Speaker. The opportunity lost, the opportunity squandered over this last 10 years is devastating, and it's accelerated in the last year and a half since they changed leaders on the other side, Madam Speaker. The deficit is getting worse. The productivity crisis is getting worse. In fact, Madam Speaker, we are coming up on the second anniversary of when the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada declared productivity to be a break glass emergency. We are at the bottom of our peer countries in investment in plant and equipment and intellectual property. These are the things that improve the productivity of our economy, that lead to higher wages so that people can afford the increased cost of living, Madam Speaker. But this government has ignored this productivity emergency. They are not building productivity-enhancing infrastructure, Madam Speaker. They just talk. They create new crown corporations. They create new funds. They create new bureaucratic structures, Madam Speaker. But we don't see real, tangible infrastructure investment. You know, the last thing for a while, they're still talking about it, and the Alto project, Madam Speaker, think about that. They say it'll cost around $90 billion. Just a normal average cost overrun would take that to about $135 billion. They got 12 million people a day, per year, according to McGill University, that would ride the thing. Do the math, Madam Speaker. That's going to be hundreds of dollars, probably about $500 a ticket, just to service the debt that it would cost to build this thing, Madam Speaker. That's not nation building. That is pet project, announceology. Announce something that people will feel good about, but has no basis in fact. Why don't they take that money and actually twin and build a proper Trans-Canada highway? We've got seriously dangerous portions of this highway that where people are killed regularly, Madam Speaker. The accidents in Northern Ontario are horrific. I come from Western Canada, where there are some horrific portions of that highway in BC. Think of the productivity drag. We have ports that are ranked as among the very worst in the world. Vancouver, Prince Rupert, Montreal, they all need billions of dollars in improvement. These are the kinds of things that would improve the productivity of our country, Madam Speaker. And announcing a wealth fund that is on the same model as the Infrastructure Bank, which was called failed industrial policy by the Montreal Economic Institute on Monday, Madam Speaker. They came to committee and said, they're just doing the same thing. It didn't work with the Infrastructure Bank, so instead of winding up the Infrastructure Bank and moving on, they're doubling down and creating a new thing where people that are seeking regulatory relief and self-enrichment or subsidies will lobby the government. And those with the best connections will be chosen by the government, because this fund will be politically controlled, Madam Speaker. Its board will be PMO buddies that will approve the projects that he wants to have approved. He as much as said so. They talked about, well, then we can give regulatory relief or subsidies to some of these guys, but we're going to want a piece of the action too. Think of the kind of language that they're using, Madam Speaker. Why don't they just use a common sense approach? Repeal all of the bad laws they've been passing over the last 10 years that have been chasing investment out of the country, and we will see building and we will see construction of a strong, resilient, sovereign Canadian economy. That's the approach Canadians need, Madam Speaker, not the approach that benefits rent seekers and insiders rather than the actual people of Canada. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Permanent Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, talk about being completely out of touch with reality and what's happening around the world and a lack of understanding. The member even made reference to the Port of Montreal, that we need to invest in Montreal. You know, all the major projects, maybe that one escaped them. But the government is investing in expanding the Port of Montreal. We have expansion and growth taking place in every region of the country. I don't know where the Conservative Party of Canada is today. They demonstrated they don't care about developing and promoting and building a strong Canada. Their approach is a one line: get out of the way. Tell me another nation that has adopted the far-right positioning that the Conservative Party of Canada has. Name a country. Give me a country in the G20 that member actually supports and believes the government's doing a good job. And make sure, I advise the member, Madam Speaker, that he also takes into consideration the debt to GDP financing also. Let's make sure it's apples to apples.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Oh, yeah, the debt to GDP. I didn't even have time to get to that slippery bit of accounting that these guys talk about. I heard it yesterday in debate where they talk about 10% debt to GDP ratio. Oh yeah, that's if you're pretending that you have the ability, if you wish, to use the entire assets of the Canada Pension Plan to pay off Canada's debts. Madam Speaker, that's accounting trickery. As far as he talked about the Port of Montreal, yes, they've been in office for almost 11 years, Madam Speaker, or going on to 11 years, and they have done nothing to build this infrastructure. It'd be one thing if they just came into power and were looking for this, but they've been here for 11 years, and they have not done what they promised to do in 2015, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that in the economic update, we don't take account of the current tariff crisis. We don't take into account that there are new tariffs of 25% on all products containing steel and aluminum. And this creates major difficulties for many companies in Quebec and Canada. What does my colleague think of that?
Crowfoot.
Yeah, well, I only had 10 minutes, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that I got that question, because he raises the tariffs, which are, yes, this is a terrible moment we find ourselves in with respect to the tariffs. And again, this is the government that said they had the answers. They promised and ran in an election campaign promising a deal by last July. The deal hasn't happened. There's no visible evidence of progress toward a deal. And now, I mean, I don't know what their plan is. They just seem to think that their own slogans, that walking around saying elbows up will solve the problem.
The Honourable
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Actually, one short question for the honourable member. How does he explain the fact that despite all the doom and gloom that Canada is all broken, how come we still have a AAA credit rating?
Honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Order! Madam Speaker, that is a credit to past prime ministers that bequeathed this government a balanced budget in 2015. So he may note that it gives me no joy, Madam Speaker, to point out that we're at the bottom of the OECD for per capita GDP, that the standard of living in this country has not improved over the tenure of this government. Yes, they're clinging to that one, but we've seen how they discharge all of their anchors and all their measurements of all the things, bars to which they measure themselves when necessary.
Honourable member for Parkland.
This Liberal government for 11 years has been the worst investor of any government in Canadian history. And there's a litany of projects, but I just want to talk about one today. Moltex Energy Canada was purporting to make molten salt nuclear reactors in New Brunswick. This Liberal government poured $55 million taxpayer dollars into this boondoggle. It just went into insolvency and it's been sold off for $11 million. Can the member from Calgary, Crowfoot, talk about this government's poor record of investment? They love spending taxpayer dollars on their schemes, but taxpayers rarely ever get their money back.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot.
That's the natural expected outcome of an economic management system based on rent-seeking and favor-seeking from government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise on behalf of the great people of the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Now, every Canadian household will pay $3,400 a year on the interest of the federal debt. That's $3,400 per household gone, just to service what this government has borrowed. And that number is only going to rise for the foreseeable future. That one number tells Canadians every single thing they need to know about the Liberal government's 2026 budget. The finance minister stood in this place just 3 days ago and told Canadians, and I quote, "The dream of Canada is alive and well. Young people increasingly see themselves in building Canada strong, and we'll be there with them." Well, Madam Speaker, I would invite the minister to put down the prepared remarks and speak to the young people that I represent. 47% of Canadian home builders are laying off workers. In Ontario, that figure climbs up to 65%. More Canadians are starting businesses in the United States than in Canada. $500 billion in net investment has fled south of the border. The minister calls this a dream. For far too many Canadians trying to afford a home, find a job, or start a business in this country, it is a nightmare from which they cannot awake. The minister went further. He told this House, and I quote again, "Generations will look back at the Prime Minister, the government, and the current Parliament and say we were there for them. We are building long-term wealth and growth." Madam Speaker, indeed, generations will look back. They'll look back at $80 billion a year in interest payments, and they look back on a government that calls debt investment and mortgaged their future. This government's not building long-term wealth. They're building long-term debt, and they're calling it long-term wealth. It gets much worse than that, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister himself straight up misled Canadians when he claimed just a few weeks ago that, and I quote, "affordability is the best it's been in decades," end quote. Seriously, Madam Speaker, every Canadian I've spoken to, regardless of who they are, knows that this is false. Now consider what Conservatives asked for in this update. We asked for the deficit to be capped at $31 billion, the figure Justin Trudeau projected in his last fiscal update, a figure that brought down a finance minister and a prime minister, the very deficit that almost toppled a federal government. Now, under this prime minister, the Liberals have more than doubled that number. $66.9 billion this year. 6 straight years of deficits above $53 billion. 11 straight years of deficits from these Liberals. What's amazing is that they celebrate their $67 billion deficit as them being fiscally responsible, stewards of economic management. Imagine this. The Liberals put forward a budget and have a projected deficit of around $80 billion. They then put out a spring economic statement and say, look how amazing we are. The deficit's only actually $67 billion, still more than double what was projected the year Trudeau was Prime Minister, but less than what we projected a few short months ago. How great are we? Well, you don't have to imagine that, Madam Speaker, because that's exactly what this Liberal Prime Minister has done. Now, outside of the pandemic, this is the largest deficit in Canadian history. And spending as a share of our economy is the highest it's been since 1996. Wow. The government calls this fiscal discipline. Madam Speaker, this is not discipline. This is a windfall. $60.3 billion in new revenue walked through the finance minister's door, the product of higher personal and corporate taxes, which hurt our competitiveness, and higher oil prices. And what did the Prime Minister do with this extra money? He spent it. The government spent 2/3 of a gift it did not earn and asked Canadians to applaud the restraint. The trajectory is actually worse than the headline itself. Public debt charges are rising 50%, from $54 billion today to almost $81 billion in 5 years from now. Wow. More than this government spends on health care transfers, more than it collects from every Canadian who pays GST. And while interest climbs, growth falls. Real GDP growth has averaged 2.1% over the last 25 years. It's projected to be 1.7% this decade and 1.5% for decades to come. The government is borrowing more, growing less, and spending the difference on interest. They're mortgaging the future of our children and grandchildren. Then there's the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Madam Speaker. The key word in Sovereign Wealth Fund is wealth. Norway has surpluses. Saudi Arabia has surpluses. Singapore has surpluses. And Canada? Well, Canada has a $66 billion deficit and $1.3 trillion in debt. The $25 billion seeding the fund is borrowed. That's not a sovereign wealth fund. It is a sovereign debt fund. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of independent voices. Build Canada, a nonpartisan civic movement that supports founders and innovators in this country, calls Canada's strong fund a war bond, where Canadians are being asked to buy equity in projects the government can't get off the ground by its own merits. And the Montreal Economic Institute put it plainly. We don't need a Canada Infrastructure Bank 2.0. The Infrastructure Bank is the cautionary tale. Of 108 projects, only 11 have been completed. The Parliamentary Budget Officer found the bank will fall $20.1 billion short of its disbursement target. 67% of its partner funding came from the public sector. The very private capital it was supposed to attract, it's not attracting. The Transport Committee of this House recommended abolishing it. The government's response was to raise its spending limit by another $10 billion. Madam Speaker, Canadian pension funds hold $1.33 trillion in foreign assets, 51% of their total holdings. Think about that. 51% of its total holdings not invested in Canada. Capital's not missing in this country. Confidence is. Yep. The Spring Economic Statement mentions artificial intelligence 6 times across its entire length. 6 mentions and 6 pillars of the strategy that does not yet exist. The Minister of Artificial Intelligence set his own deadline to deliver the framework. He missed it. His office now tells Canadians the framework is coming soon, but with no specific timeline. Witnesses appearing before the Industry Committee on this very subject have called the government's consultation process rushed and too corporate heavy. They have noted the absence of unions, of civil society, researchers studying AI work, governance experts, privacy experts, human rights experts. A list of pillar names is not a strategy. While Canada drafts press releases, our competitors are building the technology that will define the next century of economic growth. Madam Speaker, $3,400 per household this year. $80 billion a year in interest by the end of the decade. A sovereign wealth fund with no wealth, a strategy with no plan, a finance minister who calls this a dream, and a prime minister creating an illusion. Conservatives reject this credit card budget. We will build a paycheck economy where hard work brings home a powerful paycheck, where families can afford groceries, can afford their homes, and where neighborhoods are safe and opportunity in this country is real. That's the promise of Canada, and that's the promise we will keep. That is why, Madam Speaker, I move this amendment, seconded by the member from Parkland, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026, since the bill reflects the Prime Minister's approach to credit card budgeting by A, adding $37.5 billion in inflationary new net spending, B, running a deficit more than double the $31 billion last projected when Justin Trudeau was Prime Minister, C, continuing to drive inflation up through the creation of more bureaucracies rather than taking meaningful action to confront the affordability challenges facing Canadians by axing the taxes on groceries, eliminating the fuel standard and industrial carbon tax, scrapping the food packaging tax to make life affordable again. And D, failing to cut inflationary spending currently being racked up on the country's credit card, such as the Alto Rail project, the Liberal gun grab, excessive use of external consultants, foreign aid, corporate welfare, and taxpayer-funded handouts for fake asylum claimants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this newfound get out of the way, I don't care attitude that the Conservative Party has adopted. And I go to the member's opening comments when he's talking about young people and doing things for youth. You know, within the spring budget update, there is a commitment, a serious commitment to increase the skilled trades, Red Seal holders, by between 80 to 100,000 over the next 5 years. The Conservative Party is actually voting against that particular project. I'm wondering how the member can justify, given his opening remarks, in terms of being there, supporting youth, why would the Conservative Party oppose a federal initiative to deal with Red Seals?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge in 56 seconds.
81 billion. $81 billion is the amount of money that this Liberal government, under this Liberal Prime Minister, wants to mortgage away for our young people's future. This Liberal Party and this Liberal government, they had a chance to demonstrate that they were different. They had a year to say, we're a different government now. We're going to reject the incompetent and fiscally irresponsible ways of the Justin Trudeau Liberal government, but they didn't. The mask came off. They're the same Liberal, costly government that they always have been. And I respond to the honourable member, where are the young people going to work? You've driven investment out of this country. Companies don't want to open here. People don't want to stay here. There's $1 trillion gap between FDI and capital flight in this country. Where are the young people going to work? Start acting fiscally responsible and stop talking and pretending like you are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Statements by members. The member for Avalon.
Oh, there he is now, yes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honour the life and legacy of the remarkable community leader, Mr. Thomas Carley. Tom was a deeply respected member of our community. He dedicated his life to his community. His commitment touched every aspect of our town, organizing minor hockey associations, the Kiwanis Club, members of the Knights of Columbus, as Grand Knight, to name a few. Tom was brought to his leadership to municipal government as well. He served 8 years as a councillor and deputy mayor. Tom's contributions were formally recognized when he was inducted into the builder in the Conception Bay South Hall of Fame. He was also awarded the King Charles III Coronation Medal, honoring a lifetime of service and commitment. Tom Cawley, your leadership, integrity, and unwavering dedication left a lasting mark on the town.
The honourable member for Côte de Sud,
Mr. Speaker, today I have been representing my riding for 12 years. I was elected for the first time in November 2009, and even though I lost by 9 votes during the Orange Crush a year later, I was lucky enough to come back in 2015 to keep up my work. My greatest satisfaction as a member of Parliament is helping regular people solve their problems and making a difference in the daily lives of people. Nothing could be more gratifying. During my years as an MP, I was able to count on one exceptional person, Annie Francoeur. She guided me at every step. She led 4 of my 6 campaigns. I thank her, and I thank the rest of my team who every day put in the hard work on behalf of the people of my riding. Being a member of Parliament is an immense privilege. It is also a great responsibility, and I hope to be up to the task for the people of my riding. And here in Ottawa, I hope to represent well the most beautiful riding in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my constituents.
South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the remarkable career of Scott Oake, a proud Winnipegger and one of Canada's most trusted voices in sports. For decades on Hockey Night in Canada, Scott brought Canadians together, not merely through highlights and interviews, but through his storytelling that captured the people behind our game. Scott has the rare ability to connect, listen, and to let others shine. He reflected the best of who we are back to the nation. Beyond broadcasting, his impact runs even deeper. Through the Bruce Oake Recovery Centre, founded in memory of his son, Scott and his late wife Anne helped to transform the lives and brought hope to families facing addiction. As he steps away from the broadcast booth, Canadians, and especially Winnipeggers, thank him for a career defined by excellence, compassion, and leadership. Congratulations, Scott, on an extraordinary career. Thank you for everything that you have given to our country, and we look forward to having you back among your people in Winnipeg. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, this week I introduced Bill C-275, Melanie's Law, named after Melanie from Red Deer, a woman who suffered a truly devastating violation. In a past relationship, she was drugged, sexually assaulted, and had the assault secretly filmed and shared online, all without her knowledge. The betrayal and trauma she endured is heartbreaking. Tragically, Melanie is not alone. An investigation uncovered a distributing network of abusers who commit these vile crimes and spread the material around the world. While her story was shared with me, I was horrified. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to protect vulnerable Canadians and deliver justice for victims. C-275 makes it a criminal offence to create, distribute, or possess sexual assault material. The safety of Canadians is a non-partisan, and justice for victims is not political. I urge all members of the House to learn about Melanie's Law and come together to support Melanie.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, it's planting time in PEI, so a big shout out to our farmers who are once again heading to the fields, beginning the important work of seeding our crops. Farming families rise early. They work long hours while all the time facing the uncertainties of climate change, input costs, and global disruption. Yet they continue to deliver with determination and pride. They are the ultimate optimists. Agriculture is at the heart of our communities, from potatoes to grains, livestock to horticulture. It all plays a vital role in supporting jobs and local economies across Canada and especially in PEI, Canada's food island. To all the farmers on the island and across this country, especially those closest to my heart, I want to wish you a safe and successful growing season. Thank you for your hard work, your stewardship of the land, and your unwavering dedication to keeping food on our tables.
The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, Saturday was a special day of celebration of an amazing woman, mentor, and friend. Mrs. Pauline Robinette was my grade 5 teacher at St. John de Brebeuf School in Kingsville. She has been instrumental in my life journey. Stern but fair, passionate and compassionate, she strived to create the best outcomes for her students. After I got a perfect report card, I wrote her a letter stating that if I didn't become a priest, I wanted to marry Mrs. Robinette. I have the great honor of speaking to grade 5 and 10 civics classes across Essex. Our teachers today are equally special and want the very best for their students. Sister Mary Denise, Mrs. Robinette, thank you for all you have done and continue to do. Happy 85th birthday, Mrs. R. Our world is a better place because of you.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, dans la mise à jour.
Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating a more inclusive future. Our Canada Strong plan speaks to our strong fiscal management and a responsible approach for Canadians.
A few features you may have missed. The Playground to Podium initiative invests over $700 million in sports development and infrastructure so our youth can thrive. Nous bâtissons pour le long terme.
We're building for the long term with our new Canada Strong Fund. We are ensuring our energy and technological sovereignty.
100,000 new Red Seal workers to build the housing and infrastructure our country needs. We're simplifying the disability tax credit to ensure Canadians can access their benefits with efficiency and dignity. Canada Strong for All delivers growth you can count on. Ensemble, nous bâtissons.
Together, we are building a resilient, ambitious, and truly strong nation for all our people. The honourable member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are moments in history where nations realize they are at a turning point, and we saw one of these moments on Tuesday. For the first time in history, an economic update recognized sports and physical activity as an important pillar of having a strong and healthy nation. That's not a liberal position or a conservative position. It is a Canadian position and a necessary position. A nation that invests in sports and physical activity is first and foremost a nation investing in its own future. Canada will be investing in sports at all levels, in our Olympic athletes who make us proud by bringing home medals, to young people discovering the pleasure of movement. So yes, we got good news on Tuesday, and those rare moments of good news must be recognized. But now it's time to deliver of goods. Canadians have heard many announcements in recent years, but history remembers only results, because a strong country is built not on intentions, but on achievements. So let us move forward together as proud Quebecers and Canadians, united in the conviction that physical activity is not just an important solution, but a fundamental solution to the future of our country. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, today, on May 1st, we pay tribute to those who keep Quebec society afloat, our workers. On this International Workers' Day, we recall the fight for workers' rights, for the rights of us all, and for the victories of the labour movement. Let us recall that from more recent wins, like a higher minimum wage, to what we now take for granted, like an 8-hour workday, nothing was given out freely. All of these victories were achieved through the fight of the working class. We must always recall this, because in these days of digital economy and artificial intelligence, these fights will have to be waged once more, as the gap between the rich and the poor grows, as the cost of living skyrockets, as tax justice crumbles, as the border between working life and personal life blurs. Let us keep up the fight.
Member for Sydney Glace Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an incredible group of young Cape Bretoners. In February, the Get Up and Get Organized Youth Summit brought together nearly 50 youth and community members in Sydney to tackle real issues: food security, housing, climate change, and active transportation. Co-developed and led by youth ages 15 to 24, the summit gave young people a space to be heard, to lead, to build, and for hope for our communities. I had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of meeting with the Youth Planning Committee on April 1st, and their message, Mr. Speaker, was clear. Young people care deeply about Cape Breton's future and want decision makers to listen. So I want to recognize the youth leaders, Isaac, Lily, Jordan, Claire, along with Nova Scotia Health, the Ecology Action Centre, and every partnering organization who made it possible. To Cape Breton's youth, your voices matter, and we are listening.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Across Canada, Canadians are working hard, but too many are falling behind. And far too many know about the devastating experience of trying to fill a grocery cart for their family each week. And for Canadians who are just trying to fill the gas tank to get to the office or get to the job site, the pain at the pump is not only too much to bear, it's more than they can afford. And the Liberals have said that they understand the affordability crisis that's facing Canadians, but their measures for relief on gas doesn't go far enough for long enough. That's why Conservatives are proposing a 25-cent per litre break at the pumps for the year, which would put $1,200 back in the pockets of Canadian families. The Liberals have the opportunity to work with Canadians to provide real relief for the families and workers who are building this country.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Tyachna, Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 67 years and 1 month ago, Toru Hagiwara, the Japanese ambassador to Canada, presented 2,000 Some Yoshino Sakura on behalf of the citizens of Toronto for their support of Japanese-Canadian refugees after the Second World War. Wow. Tomorrow, we will reap the fruits of that gift and other gifts, a living testament to the friendship between our two nations and a reminder of one of the many hidden benefits of a Canada that welcomes refugees. High Park, the beating heart of our riding, will wake up. The flora and fauna are shaking off winter. High Park Little League Baseball will hold its opening day at Ernie Keith Field, and the Sakura cherry blossoms will be in full bloom.
Wow.
Thanks to the hardworking public workers who help keep High Park safe and moving, as well as organizations such as the High Park Nature Centre and the Bloor by the Park Business Improvement Area that get our community excited about the Sakura. So, join us in High Park this weekend. Bring your families, your friends, your cameras. Join thousands of people, join in the renewal that spring brings, and bask in the beauty of the Sakura cherry blossoms.
Bravo.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being forced to choose between a full tank of gas and a full grocery cart. After 10 years of rising costs, the government's plan only offered limited short-term relief that hasn't actually lowered the prices at the pump. Conservatives have a plan for a full tank. Scrap all federal gas and diesel taxes for the rest of 2025, saving Canadians up to 25 cents per litre and over $1,200 per family. I meant 2026. Correction, Mr. Speaker. Because when we lower the cost of fuel, we lower the cost of everything. That matters because every truck driver delivering the goods, every small business needing those goods, and every commuter that goes to work will feel this cost savings in their wallets. Canadians do not need another announcement. They need relief. It's time to deliver for relief for Canadians that they can actually feel.
That's right. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, we are focused on making life better for Canadians. One of the many measures in the spring economic update is the changes to the disability tax credit, making it easier for Canadians living with disabilities to be approved for financial relief that they deserve. These changes will streamline the application process, immediately certifying anyone who has their disability certified by a medical practitioner and expand the list of medical practitioners who can certify the disabilities. Speaker, I want to thank the Parkdale Food Centre in my community of Ottawa Centre, the Canadian Medical Association, and the College of Family Physicians of Canada for their advocacy about the importance of these changes. These measures are just one of the many ways that our government is building Canada strong for all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is just another costly Liberal, and Canadians are out of money. The latest data from Dalhousie University shows a heartbreaking reality. Affordability is now the only thing driving food choices. It has sacrificed nutrition and killed quality. 1 in 3 Canadians are now borrowing money just to afford groceries. Families are scaling back, and yet they're still spending more on food every single year. The government House Leader is complaining that this is all he hears, but the pressure is rising. This Prime Minister has doubled the Trudeau deficit, and the Canadians are the ones that are being crushed. Nothing has changed. This costly credit card budget means more debt, more costs, more spending, more taxes, more of the same. The Liberals are spending more, and Canadians are getting less. Families in Bow River and across the country deserve fairness. They deserve common sense, but most of all, they deserve to be able to afford their dinner.
Here.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there was a lot of good news that came out in the spring economic update. It's something in which we should be talking a lot about. One of the biggest initiatives that I think the Conservative Party is really offside and talk about being insensitive is to the young people of Canada, to the youth that want to get the jobs that are necessary in the future. Within the spring economic budget, we are actually building the Red Seal program. Think of it if you want to be a welder, a plumber, a machinist, a pipe fitter. So many professions that are out there to support our young people through the Red Seal program. This government is supporting the Red Seal program. The Conservatives, on the other hand, they say, no, get out of the way. They don't care about the young people of Canada. We say, flip-flop your position, get on side, support our young people.
Order! Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
After a decade of costly spending, life has never been more expensive for Canadians. Families in this country pay more for gas, for groceries, for housing, costs that they can barely afford. This Prime Minister's costly budget is just more of the same Liberal policies that have driven millions of Canadians to the food bank, with more government spending, more debt, and more taxes. When will this Prime Minister finally end his costly borrowing so that Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
The member says more taxes. Well, from my count, there's over 19 tax cuts that our government has put in place. We're actually singularly focused on bringing down costs for Canadians. We've paused the excise tax on fuel, cut the consumer carbon tax, we've cut income tax, we've cut GST on new homes, we've cut tax for mineral and critical mineral exploration, we've cut tax for businesses who invest in R&D, new machinery, equipment, IP protection, IT networks, we cut tax for tradespeople who have to travel for work, we cut tax for those who invest in clean tech.
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals are just creating new packaging to hide the same old spending record deficits. Now they want to borrow $25 billion to create another bureaucracy that Canadians never asked for. Their so-called wealth fund has no wealth. It's borrowed money built on the same failed infrastructure bank policies that lost money and rewarded only Liberal insiders. Why won't the Liberals admit that they're simply hiding their reckless spending with more deficit funding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I had run out of time, but because there's so many tax cuts that our government has put in place, I just couldn't fit them in 35 seconds. So let me continue. We cut taxes for those who invest in clean technology, clean hydrogen, clean electricity, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We cut tax for those who sell their small business to the employees. We canceled the capital gains tax increase. We made it easier to access the disability tax credit. And guess what? Canada has the most competitive tax rate in all of the G7, and we've made it easier for Canadians to file their taxes so they can take advantage of both tax deductions and federal.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Speaker, the latest StatsCan data is a heartbreak for our country. Nearly 10 million Canadians, including 2.4 million children, are now living in food-insecure households. At home, this means parents in Cowhead and Mainland are skipping meals so their kids can eat. It means seniors are choosing between heat and meat, yet this week's budget shows the Liberals are still addicted to credit card spending that drives up the cost of everything. The Prime Minister doubled Trudeau's deficit. How many more children in Newfoundland and Labrador have to go hungry before this Liberal Prime Minister stops his costly credit card spending and makes food affordable?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let's take a look at the record across the aisle here of all the programs that these Conservatives continue to vote against. They're voting against a national school food program. They're voting against dental care for Canadians. They're voting against a groceries and essentials benefit that in 5 weeks' time, on June 5th, is going to be putting dollars into the pockets of families right across Canada. These Conservatives vote against affordable childcare. They vote against the Canada Child Benefit. So if the member wants to stand up and talk about making life more affordable for Canadians, she should come on over here, get on board, and vote for the programs that are supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Madam Speaker, before the Liberals took power, children and families didn't need school food programs to feed their families. Canada now has the highest food inflation in the G7. A new report from Dalhousie University confirms 1 in 3 Canadians is now forced to borrow money just to buy groceries. Canadian families are being crushed by a decade of Liberal credit card budgeting. The Liberals keep spending more while Canadians get less. Why has this Liberal Prime Minister doubled the deficit? When will he stop his costly credit card spending so families can actually afford to eat?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, fighting for Canadians means delivering a responsible economic plan, which is exactly what we did, delivering a copy to every member in this House on Tuesday. Madam Speaker, Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7. We have the lowest debt burden. We have the second strongest GDP growth right now. We have the highest labor force participation in the G7. Madam Speaker, we have the highest per capita investment in the G7, more than double what's happening in the United States right now. But why does this matter for Canadian families? Because when we grow our economy, we create prosperity, we create jobs that are going to support Canadians now and into the...
L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week's economic update showed that the Liberal reflex is always the same. More credit card budget, more debt, more spending, more taxes. Nothing at all has changed. This new Liberal Prime Minister is profligate. Not only has he doubled the deficit this year, but he intends to do so for the next 5 years, running annual deficits of $55 billion. Meanwhile, Canadians are paying for very expensive groceries, and 1 in 3 is living in food insecurity. When will the Prime Minister slow down his spending so that Quebecers can make ends meet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the Conservatives struggle to understand the facts, so I'll remind them of a few facts. First, Canada has the strongest fiscal situation in the G7. Second, we are the strongest G7 country for investments, and we have the second fastest economic growth in the G7. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we are in reaction and action mode. We are governing for the present and the future. We are governing in a way that is responsible and ambitious. We are here for Canadians who need our help, lowering taxes. We're here for them with the dental care program, the training program, and the Canada Sovereign Wealth Fund. That's what it means to build a strong Canada for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. According to a lot of recent data, since we're talking about data, I'll tell you about the Dalhousie report and other reports which have said that Canadians are now buying food not based on what they need, but what they can afford. Food banks are overwhelmed. People can't make ends meet anymore. People in my riding are tightening their belts while the Liberals spend their very hard-earned money. How long will it take for Liberals to understand that Quebecers and Canadians are not bottomless pits of money? And when will they govern and lead in a way that gives people some breathing room? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been economic shocks which have made life harder for Canadians. That's why we need a Prime Minister that understands how serious the situation is and takes real serious action. In my riding, as in my colleagues' riding, many children go to school with empty bellies and then have to learn. But thanks to our school food program, children in schools in my riding and in my colleagues' riding will be able to eat lunch. That's how you build a strong Canada, Madam Speaker. With the head and with the heart. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, we just lost 300 jobs in only 4 days in the Chaudière-Appalaches region. Following South Shore Furniture, Bestar announced yesterday that it would have to file bankruptcy. We're talking about companies that had been in business for 86 and 75 years, respectively. In both cases, U.S. tariffs, lack of liquidity, and dumping caused by the tariff war are to blame. There are several things that need to be done. The first thing we need to do is pass a wage subsidy to save jobs. We have been saying this for a long time. When will the government finally take action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, we are here for Canadians. We know that the situation is tough. That's why we lowered taxes. We have our school food program. We have the worker training program. We're there for Canadians. Here's my question to my colleague. What would he cut? Would he cut infrastructure agreements with Quebec? We gave them $1 billion. Would he cut the 865 units announced in his riding in Joliette and the Laurentides? Would he cut infrastructure plans like the plan for the Contrecoeur terminal? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. What we would cut, Madam Speaker, are subsidies to big oil. We have a proposal for a wage subsidy to protect jobs during the tariff war, and that would mean taking action before people are laid off, not after. This week, 300 jobs were lost at 2 furniture manufacturing companies. That's on top of 300 layoffs at Paccard in Sainte-Thérèse. And that's not to mention all the companies crying out for help. Companies like Liard in Joliette, Cirel MP in Belleuil, ADF in Terrebonne, and Max Atlas in Saint-Jean. And I could go on and on. We will work with the government. We're very willing to work with them, but do they understand the urgency of the situation? I'd like to remind the member that there is a telephone buzzing near his microphone. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, we understand how serious the situation is. I accept my colleague's offer to work together. This is the result of unjustified, unjustifiable American tariffs and also the result of dumping on our markets, dumping of products manufactured in Asia. There will be announcements about this very soon, Madam Speaker. The member for La Pointe-Lille. Madam Speaker, the new April 6th U.S. tariffs specifically target small and medium-sized businesses in Quebec. That's what Tuesday's economic update should have done. It should have protected Quebec from these tariffs. But there's nothing of the sort in the document. The economic update, what it needs, is an update. And it needs it now. We've lost 300 jobs this week alone in Quebec. How many more Quebecers will have to suffer from this before the government finally introduces a wage subsidy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the situation is indeed serious. The rules of the game keep being changed arbitrarily and unpredictably by our neighbours, who are still our neighbours but who are not at all reliable. So what is causing all this? These actions are caused by what our neighbour is doing very unfairly. We are here to implement measures to help people get through these tough times. Announcements will be coming very soon. And, in fact, we will make such announcements very soon, Madam Speaker.
The Prime Minister is racking up billions on the national credit card. Canadians thought they were getting a different approach with this new Prime Minister, but it turns out he's just another costly Liberal. The more he grows the deficit, the more expensive things get. And new data out this week proves this. StatsCan confirms nearly 10 million Canadians, almost 1 in 4, are living in food-insecure households. 1 in 3 Canadians are now borrowing money just to afford groceries. Life didn't used to be like this in Canada. Instead of delivering a deficit even bigger than Justin Trudeau's, why doesn't this Liberal Prime Minister end the credit card budgeting so that Canadians can afford to live?
Madam Speaker, Conservatives never met a fact that they couldn't deny. The Spring Economic Update offers an update that shows $11 billion less of a deficit, strong fiscal guardrails, And the International Monetary Fund has recently said that Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7. Not only that, but headlines just last night said the largest monthly growth in the manufacturing industry in 3 years. That is what we've seen just recently. Stats Canada is projecting that Canada's annualized GDP growth for the first quarter in 2026 is 1.7%, which is beyond that of expectations. And even the Bank of Canada governor has said he's encouraged by the direction the federal government is taking.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
The last Justin Trudeau budget projected the deficit this year to be $31 billion. The deficit is $66 billion. That is more than double what was projected, not lower. But, you know, Liberals are spending more and Canadians are getting less. And now hardworking Canadians cannot even afford groceries. Facts for the government. Food bank use has exploded to 2.2 million visits every month, up 100%. Just since 2019, and a third of those relying on food banks are children. Everything these Liberals brag about doing, they've tried before in the last 11 years by themselves. Instead of driving up prices...
Parliamentary Secretary.
I mean, it's very hard to take the member opposite seriously when he mentions children being hungry, when he voted time and time again in this House with his entire party against a national school food program that would take 400,000 children out of food bank lineups. That's shameful, Madam Speaker. That's absolutely shameful that they would stand here and lecture us on feeding children across Canada. We've offered a Canada Child Benefit, which puts hundreds of dollars tax-free into Canadians' pockets. We've reduced the cost of childcare, and we've offered free lunches at school, and the members up.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
All week, these Liberals have said they're going to spend less and invest more, except they define what spending is and what investing is. It's almost like they got their accounting advice from Bernie Madoff. Now, what we know is that they're now spending another $65 billion on Canada's credit card. They doubled the national debt, so we now spend more on interest servicing the debt than we do on health care. Are they proud of this record?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So let's get acquainted with the facts. I know it's very hard for Conservatives to accept, but the deficit is $11 billion lower than projected. Operational spending has gone from an annual increase of an average of 8% to 2%. We're on a declining deficit to GDP ratio over the planning horizon. Inflation in Canada has been within the Bank of Canada's target range for almost 3 years. AAA credit rating, the highest credit rating of any country in the world. We have a higher per capita rate of job creation than the U.S., 3 times in fact. And the
honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
They really did learn how to manipulate numbers from Bernie Madoff, Madam Speaker. When they say their deficit is down, they projected a terrible deficit. They just made up a number. It's actually double what it was under Justin Trudeau. That's up, not down. Yeah. Hate to break it to these guys. And Canadians now have the highest household debt in the G7. Why? Because they're borrowing money to pay for their daily and weekly costs, including groceries. Everything has gotten worse under these Liberals, including debt. Why do they keep racking up the debt on Canada's credit card so we spend more on just the interest portion of servicing the debt than we do on health care?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we are building big projects across the country to create new opportunities and new jobs. Through the new Build Community Strong Fund, we announced a $64 million federal investment to build the largest community centre in Brampton, the Embleton Community Centre, 175,000 square feet, a pool, a gym, and childcare facilities, Mr. Speaker. This is what citizens of Canada expect. They expect us to build Canada strong with major projects to create jobs and opportunities across the country. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, remember when Justin Trudeau's projected deficit was so bad that Chrystia Freeland refused to table it and resigned, and that Trudeau resigned, and they had to get another random Liberal to table it? But this update is so bad, it's another credit card budget with double the deficit that forced the then finance minister and eventually the prime minister to resign. So will the prime minister admit that after 10 years of reckless Liberal taxing, borrowing, and spending, nothing has changed?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, to grow our economy and make Canada more resilient, we must diversify our export. And that's why our trade diversification strategy aims to double export to countries other than the U.S., double within 10 years. And in Canada's energy sector, including Alberta, it's got a significant role to play. The percentage of oil shipped via the Trans Mountain Pipeline destined for Asia increased from 39 to 62%, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, the reviews on this costly budget are in, and they're not good. Even Andrew Coyne, that pillar of Laurentian consensus, said, quote, "This new government," his air quotes, "has no interest in arresting our economic decline." So if even Andrew Coyne says we're in economic decline and that the Liberals aren't interested in doing anything about it, will the Liberals finally end their credit card budgeting, yes or no?
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe now is the time to invest and build our communities. My colleague is from Alberta, so can he explain to Albertans which projects he would like to cut? Is it water infrastructure to support the community of St. Albert? Is it the new Japanese Community Centre in Calgary? Is it 355 affordable homes in Edmonton, made possible by Build Canada Homes? What is it he wants to cancel? We want to invest.
The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, I rise again to share what a resident in Essex wrote to me. Quote, "I just want to express my deep concerns with the direction that Canada is heading. I did not think it could get worse under Trudeau. My response is this. This costly credit card budget means more debt. This Liberal Prime Minister doubled Trudeau's deficit. More spending, more taxes. He's just another Liberal. When will this government end its costly spending so Canadians can afford to live?"
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I have to ask myself what the opposition considers inflationary spending. For instance, yesterday, I heard a member opposite refer to our defense investments as if they weren't important, as if they were all inflationary spending. Well, I'll tell you, when I'm in Armagh, when I'm in Fredericton at Base Gagetown, they don't see these as being inflationary spending. They see it as important investments in the people that serve our country and protect our sovereignty. I applaud it. They applaud it. And unfortunately, the opposition votes against these.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the first thing the Liberals did with their new majority was to refuse to share documents about the Curam software cost overruns. Spending has increased by $7 billion, and the Liberals are using their majority to hide the truth from the opposition and from the public. Thousands of seniors are struggling to receive their pension payments, but the Liberals won't give us access to the source of the problem. Is this what we should expect for the next 3 years under this Liberal majority government?
Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, ont été très
Madam Speaker, we've been very open and transparent about the Curam project.
Has been invested on a total budget of $4.8 billion. In fact, the modernization of old age security was delivered under budget. Of the $674 million allocated for this phase, only $633 million was required, reflecting strong project oversight and effective cost management. As the project evolves, so does the budget, reflecting the scale and complexity of modernizing a 60-year-old obsolete system. This has been transparently communicated.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I cannot believe what I just heard, Madam Speaker. The Liberals know that there are problems with Curam because they allocated an additional $451 million for Curam and for the Canada Revenue Agency in their economic update. It is absurd to claim that there are no cost overruns when they have included $451 million in cost overruns in the economic update. And yet, they're using their majority in committee to hide information. Just yesterday, the minister said again that Curam is still within budget. Do the Liberals understand that having a majority does not exempt them from being accountable to Quebecers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As the member knows full well, that software system manages our main benefits programs, including employment insurance and the Canada Pension Plan. as well as seniors' benefits. This phase of the project is going as anticipated. There will be more phases to come. This project is ongoing, and it is absolutely necessary. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Ackyo-Wenrac. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what could be more important than eating well? Unfortunately, after 10 years of Liberal government, the situation in Canada is terrible. 1 in 3 Canadians now has to borrow money just to put food on the table. 2.2 million Canadians are visiting food banks. That's how many visits the food banks are having every month, and that's a 100% increase since 2019. It's terrible. And now we have such an expensive, costly budget. Will the Prime Minister just admit that he is just another costly Prime Minister? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, of course, the cost of food is very important. It's very sad that Canadian families have to visit food banks. That is exactly why, Madam Speaker, we are significantly investing in social programs in order to help families. One example of this is the Canada Child Benefit. Thousands of families receive thousands of dollars a year through the child benefit, and that helps them make ends meet. Our social programs are very important, and they define us. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Ackyo-Wenrac. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary knows that I have the utmost respect for him because when he was a provincial minister, he ran no deficit, a $0 deficit, and now it's a $67 billion deficit. The problem is that these Liberals, they make program after program after program, and what do they get as results? Goose egg. 2.2 million visits to food banks every month. Is he proud to see that his colleagues are mishandling everything while he in Quebec handled things excellently? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is investing significantly in families. We have social programs. We have programs that our American neighbours do not have. We are very proud to maintain those programs and even to enhance them. That's what defines Canada. What makes us Canada. We are getting results. We help people. It's not everyone out for themselves. It's everyone together. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katiskaming, Témiscouata. Madam Speaker, how can a G7 country boast while families are cutting back on groceries and skipping meals just to make ends meet? The Dalhousie University report makes it very clear in black and white, Canadians buy what they can afford, not what they need to eat. But with these Liberals, it's always the same old story. They pull out the credit card, they spend without thinking, and the bill always ends up on Canadians' shoulders. When will the Liberals finally make life more affordable for Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Conservatives have always been clear about the austerity that they want. We'd like to know what they would want to cut, what projects, which ridings. Would it be in your riding that I visited a few weeks ago to announce affordable housing for students? Do they want to cut in infrastructure? We invested $1 billion in infrastructure in Quebec. Would it be the 865 new affordable housing units we just announced in Quebec for those who are vulnerable, for transitional housing as well? What would you cut? Please tell us what you would cut.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, no, she needs to speak through me. The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague, I hope, she's taking us for a fool. They're putting everything on the Canadian credit card on the ground. The reality is clear. Groceries are getting more expensive. Family debt is rising. And food banks are overflowing across the country. How can this Liberal government claim that everything is fine when more and more families have to cut back on food or ask for help from a food bank to make ends meet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we know that economic upturn has made lives more expensive for Quebecers and Canadians. But in the economic update, we're investing to build a manufacturing industry that is strong in Canada, and this is our agri-food system. After the super deductions we announced in the last budget, now we're announcing a strategic fund for Strong Canada, which will allow us to invest in agri-food, to have more products here in Canada, and to bring grocery prices down. That's what we're doing.
Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, Windsor workers and manufacturers are already feeling the pressure from the Section 232 tariffs, and 150,000 Windsor families are worried about what comes next. And they think that this Prime Minister is just another costly Liberal. He has doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit while Canadians continue to face an affordability crisis alone. If the Prime Minister likes to gamble, he can come visit the casino in Windsor, but leave the Canadians' credit card at home.
That's right. That's a good idea.
No targeted relief and no meaningful support for the workers and businesses that carry this country.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When that party was in power in the 1990s, Canada was a fiscal basket case with debt to GDP over 30%. Debt to budget of over 30%. And we, by contrast, have the lowest debt to GDP in the G7. We have the second best growth rate in the G7, and we are responding. When it comes to tariffs, we know that no deal is worse than a bad deal. The no deal is worse than a bad deal. It bakes in these tariffs, and that manufacturing needs some help. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Industry have been very clear that help is on the way.
Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, economic growth is only truly transformational when everyone has the chance to participate and benefit from it. The Spring Economic Update will empower workers through the historic Team Canada Strong program, Canada's largest ever investment in workers, by making education more affordable and by advancing the labour mobility deduction. Our government has also made permanent the employee ownership tax exemption. The former MP for Guelph, Lloyd Longfield, and I are huge advocates. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please explain how this strengthens the economy for all?
I want to thank the member for her question and for her advocacy. Making employee ownership trust tax exemption permanent will help more workers share in the success of the businesses that they help build. This change allows employers the long-term certainty when succession planning and employees the opportunity to access wealth-building opportunities through collective ownership. Madam Speaker, we will continue to build a stronger economy and protect our sovereignty, and making this tax exemption permanent will allow more workers to directly participate in the strength and prosperity that we're building across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
The Liberals' costly credit card budget plans a deficit of over $65 billion. That's more debt, more costs, more spending, and more of the same. You know, I'd say this PM is just like the last one, but he's twice as bad. He doubled Trudeau's deficit. The debt costs each Canadian $33,000 a year. Who could afford it? Debt interest charges alone, over $55 billion. It's more than transfers for healthcare to all provinces combined. While young Canadians face a jobs crisis and food bank use skyrockets, how can the PM tell Canadians they should foot his costly credit card bill?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague knows well that we have a smaller than projected deficit because we are managing the nation's fiscal capacity with responsibility. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. She will know that we have the second fastest growing economy in the G7. Madam Speaker, the path ahead for Canada, despite the challenges we face, is bright. We are launching major projects and investing in the skilled trades to add 100,000 new workers to the economy. We are making massive investments in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Defence Industrial Strategy, which is going to create jobs in every part of this country. We need to invest in Canada, invest in Canadians to grow this economy.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But here's the Liberal record. Spending up, food inflation up, debt up, photo ops way up, but investment down. A trade deal with the U.S.? None. Major projects office approvals? Zero. The Liberals landlocked Canada with costly red tape and shifting rules. That's why Canada now has the most unaffordable housing and the lowest investment in the G7. Canada is rich in natural and human resources. No business should be driven out. No family or fixed income should choose between heating and eating. Why will this PM double Trudeau's deficit, double down on costly credit card budgets, and force Canadians to pay more for gas, groceries, and homes?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, Oscar Wilde once described a cynic as someone who knows the cost of everything but the value of nothing. Do the Conservatives not see the value in investing in making sure families have money to support the cost of living through the Canada Child Benefit and the Grocery Essentials Benefit? Do they not see value in investing in the National School Food Program? Do they not see value in advancing major projects to put people to work in this country? And do they not see value in giving a raise to the men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces? We are building an economy that could stand on its own 2 feet, diversifying our trading relationships, and using our fiscal capacity to support people in need. If that makes me just another Liberal, I am damn proud to be one.
The honourable member for Terranova the Peninsulas.
Madam Speaker, there's nothing worse than going to the post office looking forward to a friendly letter and getting nothing but a dreaded credit card bill. And that's exactly how this federal budget went. Canadians thought they were going to get a responsible budget from a new government. Instead, they were hit with a costly credit card bill. And the only thing new was that they doubled Trudeau's deficit. Canadians don't want a double-double deficit. They want to be able to afford a double-double coffee. So when will these Liberals
Why did these Liberals?
when will these Liberals get spending under control?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Good, man. It's all good, bro.
He didn't rehearse his lines well.
No. Madam Speaker, last week the minister was pleased to publish the What We Heard report from the Food Fishery Survey. This was the largest survey done by GFO with over 9,500 participants. We want to thank everyone who responded to the survey in order to allow us to work better for the people of the member across the aisle statement. Our government knows how important the food fishery is in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. We need to get this.
The honourable member for Terranova the Peninsulas.
Madam Speaker, I was talking about deficits, not fish, but spend, spend, spend. That's all these Liberals want to do. You can't spend your way out of inflation. You think this Prime Minister would have learned that when he wrongfully predicted that COVID spending would actually lead to deflation.
Hear, hear.
Reporters are showing that households are still spending more year over year on food. Rent is going up year over year. Everything in this country has doubled in this costly Liberal decade. How many more reports do these Liberals need to see before they realize that they can't build a country, an affordable economy, on credit card debt?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's very rich to hear this debate today. The Conservatives are still refusing to come clean with Canadians about where it is that they plan to cut. That member is from Newfoundland and Labrador. And will they say what project they're going to pull the plug on and tell workers to go home? Is it the Marina Renman Recreation Centre in Corner Brooks? Is the Build Canada Home announcement of 130 secure affordable units for senior in St. John? The water infrastructure through Western Coast? The Tourist Cove Hall that our government is providing funding for? Please, can they just tell us? We've been asking, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, after 11 years of these Liberals, they continue to spend like drunken sailors, with a deficit of $65 billion, debt servicing at $59 billion, and the total debt a staggering $1.7 trillion. This costly credit card budget means more debt, more costs, more spending, more taxes, and more of the same. Why have the Liberals doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit and doubled down on costly credit card budgeting, forcing Canadians to pay more for gas, groceries, and housing? Why?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, how depressing it must be to be a Conservative member of Parliament. I tell you, let me give you some good advice. Canada is not broken. There's a lot of good things that are taking place. All you need to do is open your eyes, open your mind. If you believe in Canada, you need to invest in Canada. That means building on infrastructure. That means investing in Canadians. You have a choice. You can either get on board, be a part of a Team Canada approach, build a stronger Canada, or continue to be a depressed group of people.
Does the concept of politeness resonate with the members? When someone is speaking, someone else should be listening. The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, it's depressing to have to line up at a food bank when 10 years ago you used to be able to afford groceries. That's right. But Canadians are starting to see that the Liberal promises are just an illusion. To quote an editorial in the Globe and Mail, in the upside-down land of Liberals, a spending spree is a spending cut. Blowing a windfall of billions of dollars is prudent, and failing to prepare for a fiscal storm is, well, just good management. When will the Prime Minister end his costly credit card budgeting so Canadians can afford to live?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, do you know who had something positive to say about the spring economic statement? Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe, the premier of the province of that member. When he was talking about the Sovereign Wealth Fund, he said, "We would say this is a good innovation for our nation. It really speaks to what we need to do in this nation of working together at all levels of government to ensure that we can aspire to achieve what the Prime Minister said about Canada being the strongest economy in the G7 and Canada becoming an energy superpower. Canadians want to be part of building this country. Why don't the Conservatives?"
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, the verdict on the costly budget is in, and it is unforgiving. The Globe and Mail reports that for every $100 in revenue, this Liberal government spends 97. They said, and I quote, "Even Justin Trudeau would have difficulty matching that performance," end quote. Ooh. Federal net debt now exceeds 40% of GDP, and it's rising. Long-term growth is projected to be a measly 1.7%. So when will the Prime Minister stop borrowing against a future Canadians can no longer afford?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, a few facts for my colleague across the way. The deficit is down. GDP growth is up. Non-U.S. exports are up by almost a whopping 40%. Investment is at a 20-year high. Wage growth is up, 2 times stronger in Canada than the United States. Home prices are coming down, rents are down, and we have a plan to put 100,000 apprentices to work. Those are going to be the steam fitters, the electricians, the carpenters, the mechanics, in his riding and mine, Madam Speaker. That's a plan to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, the deficit is now going to be $67 billion. That's up from $31 billion, not down. And the member can recite her talking points all afternoon from the Prime Minister's office, but the truth is, for months, this Prime Minister tried to convince Canadians that he was something different. He wanted them to believe that he was a break from the past. Well, Madam Speaker, I guess the mask sure fell off this week, didn't it? The deficit doubled, spending accelerated, growth abandoned. This is not a new government making hard choices. It's the same irresponsible Liberal government making reckless decisions. When will they be?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, when Conservatives talk about spending, they ignore the fact that these are investments that build community and the infrastructure that we need. The member opposite is from Ontario. I'd like to know, what are the projects he'd like to cancel? Is it our commitment to GO 2.0? Is it the Scarborough Subway extension? Is it the Hamilton LRT? Is it the Darlington nuclear project? Is it the critical mineral strategy in Northern Ontario? If they don't believe now is time to build, invest, get out of the way, we're ready to invest in Ontario.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Loaves and Fishes serves more than 15,000 people in more than 44 communities on the island. They're vital and they're growing with a new 24,000 square foot warehouse set to open this month. 80% of Canadians say food prices have increased more than any other expense, and groceries without meat or cheese regularly cost $100 a bag on the island. And yet, this Liberal government continues to tell Canadians they've never had it so good. Every measure we propose, they oppose. How many food bank expansions do these Liberals need to see before they stop their costly credit card spending and actually bring food costs down for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Now you're in trouble.
Madam Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague opposite, and coming from British Columbia, we know that British Columbians want to see measures that are going to support them. That's why things like the Groceries and Essentials benefit that is helping Canadians. It's going to be in their bank accounts on June 5th. They want to see measures like the reduction in the fuel tax, which is saving 10 cents a litre, and that's keeping money in their pockets between now and Labour Day. They want to see the steps that we're taking, and British Columbia can see that we're doing the work to support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Madam Speaker, this week in my writing, there was good news. $750 million for our hockey players, cyclists, and other athletes. Can the parliamentary update to the Secretary of Sport inform the House about how the Spring Economic Update supports sport across the country? Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Les Pins for his question. It's an excellent one. And for this great news, $755 million is great news for sport. So why invest in sport? To support our athletes, to help our young people get off the streets and find pleasure in playing together, and to help our seniors to break isolation and remain active, and to ensure that we are here to build a strong Canada together. And let's celebrate today this investment in sport.
Honourable member for Red Deer.
Madam Speaker, all week at the Health Committee, Liberals tried to block and silence Conservatives from getting answers on the $300 million Prescribe It IT scandal. They have no problem shutting down debate, covering up and protecting Liberal insiders who got rich off the backs of Canadians. I guess this is the new normal Liberals always wanted. But Conservatives will never stop asking these Liberals the tough questions they want to hide from. Canadians deserve to know, where did the $300 million go and who got rich?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Prescribe It was launched by the previous government in 2017 following consultations with provinces and territories. The program was always intended to be self-funded over time when it became clear that they didn't have the expected uptake and there was no path towards financial sustainability. Canada's new government made the responsible decision to end federal funding for the program and refocus resources where they will deliver the greatest benefits to patients and our health system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Madam Speaker, Canadians don't want Liberal spin. They want to know where and why their money was wasted. Take Michael Green, the disgraced former CEO of Canada Health Infoway, paid over $800,000 a year for more than a decade to run this failed program. And these Liberals are now shielding him from committee for the scandal. Conservatives will not be silenced. We will not stop demanding answers on why $300 million in tax dollars was abused by this government. Michael Green was the first to take the fall for these Liberals. So my question is, who is next?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's new government was elected with a clear mandate to ensure programs and policies deliver smarter, faster, and more effectively for all Canadians. We're refocusing our spending and Canada Health Infoway's mandate so we can support the development of national health data standards while allowing our health sector partners to develop solutions that work for all patients. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
At a recent Health Committee meeting, Conservatives moved a motion calling for a full investigation into the Liberals' wasteful $300 million Prescribe It IT boondoggle. The Liberals immediately responded by moving that meeting behind closed doors. Shame. As a result, under House rules, I am forbidden from telling Canadians what happened in that meeting for the next 30 years. Does silencing MPs on committee work for 30 years show transparency from this majority Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Our standing committees of Parliament play a very important role. I think it's important that we encourage collaboration as much as we can, Madam Speaker. Many would ultimately argue that what happens in standing committees is very beneficial for the entire House. So let's look forward to seeing more collaboration at the standing committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Centre.
Madam Speaker, climate change is the reason I first joined the world of politics. It is one of the defining challenges of our time and hits the world's most vulnerable the hardest. As the global economy transitions to low-carbon pathways to respond, developing countries are seeking partnerships to reduce emissions, build resilience, and drive sustainable growth. Could the Parliamentary Secretary for International Development tell the House how Canada's international climate finance is advancing solutions and delivering results for those most affected by climate change?
Secretary.
It's a very important question. Climate change is a global challenge that calls on all countries to act. It also presents opportunities for those willing to invest in the future. In our in our spring economic update, we renewed Canada's international climate finance to help scale up investments in sustainable solutions across the developing world. It means crowding in private capital, including through FinDev Canada, to maximize the impact of every dollar. And Speaker, it means creating opportunities for Canadian clean tech, expertise and innovation to scale solutions around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister has made many promises, but the results of those promises are left to the imagination. One of those promises was to spend less than Trudeau. Well, no imagination here. The result is doubling the spending in less than a year. Families cannot pay for food. With these failed imaginary promises, they need results. Will this Prime Minister apologize for promising to cut the spending while at the same time delivering the highest deficit in Canadian history? Just an apology, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No, we will not apologize for building a stronger Canada, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what this government was elected to do, and that's exactly the plan that we're implementing. The spring economic update showed that there's $11 billion less of a deficit. We're sticking to the fiscal guardrails and ensuring that we manage the resources of the federal government and the Canadian taxpayer responsibly. We've also cut excise tax on fuel, which will help get groceries around the country and transportation costs. Immediate expensing for greenhouses. The Strategic Response Fund was given $500 million for agri-food businesses. We've offered a grocery...
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Today is International Workers' Day, and it's a day where we honor workers' struggles for economic justice and human rights. Yet the Liberals repeatedly use Section 107 of the Canadian Labour Code to trample over the right to strike. They cave to CEOs and their corporate buddies and undermine fair and collective bargaining. Will this government finally respect workers, defend their rights, pass Bill C-247 to repeal Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we believe firmly that Section 107 is used only in extreme cases when other options have been exhausted. Just last year, for example, federal mediators supported over 200 collective bargaining negotiations. 97% of labor disputes are resolved without a major work stoppage. We have a consultation right now on the future of the Federal Labour Code, Madam Speaker. I'd invite the member, her colleagues, her constituents to please go online and participate in that as we look ahead down the road.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, alarm bells are ringing of imminent global collapse of key climate systems. But the alarms are being drowned out by the cheering of Liberals and Conservatives for new and more climate-killing projects. Key experts say that there's a 50-50 chance of the collapse of the massive and complex Atlantic Ocean current system with devastating and catastrophic results. When will the government stop shutting off the alarms and try to act before we pass the tipping points?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to say that Canada continues to be a global leader, global climate leader, and we are making our voice heard on the world stage. In fact, just last week at the G7, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change presented our ambitious new nature strategy. And in the spring economic statement, we renewed Canada's international climate finance to support sustainable solutions across the world, especially in vulnerable places. As the Prime Minister has said in the House of Commons, we will respect our Paris commitments for climate change, and we are determined to achieve them. Our government will continue to take decisive climate action and engage in global conversations and action supporting a stronger, cleaner, safer world. Thank you.
And that's the end of oral questions. The member for Kelowna.
Unfortunately, an agreement could not be made or reached under the provisions of Standing Order 781, 782 with respect to a support stage and third reading of Bill C-11, an act to amend the National Defence Act and other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 783, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose to the next sitting of the motion to allocate specific number of days or hours to the consideration and disposal of the proceedings at the respective stage of said bill.
Thank you. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The member for Kitchener Centre. What's her?
I just have a point of clarification. Did you just call for private members' bills?
Private members was called. It was called. Should I invite her to? If the member, did the member have a private member's bill to present? The table is not notified. I would invite her to seek unanimous consent if... all right. Okay. Thank you. Carrying on to presenting petitions. The member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of citizens and residents of Canada concerning the global debt crisis and its impact on development and climate action. The petitioners note that many lower-income countries are spending more on debt repayments than on a number of other priorities. Therefore, the petitioners call Government of Canada to review and cancel unsustainable bilateral debts, to advocate for global financial reform and a United Nations framework on sovereign debt, and to increase the grant-based portion of Canada's climate finance, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage.
Petitions. Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair. I'm presenting a petition. I can't say I'm happy to present it. I was hoping this issue would have been resolved, and I know I don't speak to my own opinion. But to summarize the petition, Canadians are outraged that live horses continue to be exported for slaughter, for sushi in Japan. The slaughter and the movement of wild horses by air is in cruel and inhumane conditions. These petitioners ask that government to please amend the health of animals regulations to ban the export of live horses and to do so as quickly as possible. Well, I won't quote Jan Arden because it's not parliamentary language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper? The Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-30, Economic Update 2026 Implementation Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Guggenheim.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a pleasure to get up today to ask my colleague a couple of comments. Additionally to his speech, he's moved a great amendment here to what is a disastrous fiscal update from the government on the fact that they seem to be unable, despite labeling themselves as a quote-unquote new Liberal government, unable to break themselves of the habit of continuing to rob the piggy bank of young Canadians, of future generations, to blow the credit card budget on Liberal fat cat projects. So I just wonder if my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge has a few more comments to put on the record about what a disaster this fiscal update is for Canadians.
The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first I would like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Mr. Speaker, you would think that given all the turmoil and the disastrous record of the Liberal government over the last 10 years, this quote-unquote new government, as they like to label themselves, would have easily been able to divorce themselves from the disastrous track record and trajectory of the Liberal government. But instead, as we've learned this week, they've decided to double the deficit. They've decided to increase the interest payment on the debt to $80 billion, money that could be used for healthcare transfers. It could be used to lower taxes. It could be used for housing, but instead it's being used to rob a generation of growth and opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we thought this Prime Minister would be different. Instead, we realize he's just another Liberal.
Well said. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear my colleague's opinion about something. The government announced a half measure to increase eligibility for employment insurance, but these measures will still expire in 2028. Many seasonal workers will just keep falling through the cracks. It's a permanent problem that deserves a permanent solution. Could my colleague speak on this for a little bit?
Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, like many things in this budget, there are no solutions. This budget is full of empty promises. It's full of nothing more than a bunch of announcements that do nothing for people other than serve the purpose of adding debt and robbing opportunity from a future generation. Unfortunately, jobs are fleeing this country. Young people are going to have less and less opportunity. We've seen that over $1 trillion of capital flight has occurred here in Canada, with the difference between foreign direct investment and capital flight accelerating. And more people are going to require employment insurance if this keeps up, because really the government's not providing the conditions for any future opportunity in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to share my time with my respected colleague from Jonquière.
Agreed.
All right. So I will be sharing my time with this inimitable colleague, and that sets a pretty high bar for me. As I begin my speech, I would first like to commend our interpreters for their incredible work. Every day, our interpreters translate our questions. They are essential for Francophones to be able to work in our language. And I'm really sorry about the phone that was vibrating earlier. I had misplaced it. I have now moved my phone far away from the microphones, and my earpiece is on its circle. That being said, mistakes happen, so I would call on all our colleagues to make sure to pay attention and preserve the health of our interpreters. The Bloc Québécois, to no one's surprise, is very disappointed by this spring economic update, because Canada needed a serious update. The government had a job to do, and yet, despite this, we are very disappointed. There is nothing to address the new 25% tariffs on products containing Canadian or Québécois steel and aluminum. Even products with just a little bit of steel and aluminum will have a 25% tariff imposed on the total cost of the product. This is a big deal. We asked the government about this prior to the tabling of the Spring Economic Update, and the answer was the Spring Economic Update will provide the answers. But then we got it, and it didn't provide any answers. So we asked more questions. And the government said, well, what would you cut to provide support? And I gave an answer: oil subsidies. So we're unhappy about what we see here, but we are a constructive opposition party, and we're here to work with the government. I'm sure the member across the way is listening closely. We have serious ideas. We are disappointed by the new quote-unquote arrogance that the Liberals are showing. They tabled the Spring Economic Update without even consulting us. We had ideas. We should have been listened to. And, Mr. Speaker, you no doubt know this, but here in the Bloc Québécois, we did our homework. During the most recent elections, journalists were unanimous. The Bloc platform was the one that was most serious and most like a government party. Ironic, I suppose, but that's because we're serious people, we're reasonable people. And we were surprised and disappointed that our ideas were not taken into account. We don't expect the government to always adopt our ideas in full, but we expect them to listen to us at least a little bit, and they didn't even do that, Mr. Speaker. So there's a series of measures in the spring economic update that concern us. The suspension of the excise tax came up a little bit earlier. Since early on, we have been saying that reducing taxes on gasoline is not a solution. I know that a lot of people are very much in favor of this, but look at what the cost of gas was this morning in Quebec and in English Canada. You can see that oil companies have an endless appetite, a bottomless appetite. They'll take any cent that they can get.
Now, the gas companies are actually getting the windfall, and any opportunity we give them, they'll take every penny, they'll suck it right up and pocket it. We need to help people. Now, reducing the excise tax, we do that thinking that it'll give people some breathing room, but look at the results. It's $2 a litre in Montreal. It's not working. We need to offer people direct support. We could have, for instance, shown some wisdom and some creativity. We could have come up with measures to reduce part of gas costs for businesses, those who use gas in a professional context. We also could have helped those living on lower incomes to compensate them without giving this money to oil companies. So the result of lowering the excise tax or pausing it, well, this money that we could have given to Canadians has been given to big oil. And then there's the outrageousness of subsidies to oil companies. And we try to speak out against it, but the government will never stop it because the lobbies are too important. We could get $26 billion over 5 years. We could put that into housing. We could increase OAS for Canadians aged 65 to 74 who are currently not receiving enough money. They're being mistreated. We could use that money to reform EI. We could use that for EI instead of keeping it in government coffers. But this is just a bad habit that we see time and time again. This money belongs to workers. We have EI that only pays 65% of people who pay into it. Imagine no one would ever pay for housing insurance if the company said to them, well, if your house burns down, there's a 60% chance we'll pay out. So you'd say, no, thank you, and look for another insurance company. But unfortunately, our workers can't look for another company. They're bound hand and foot to this government for their EI. But in fact, that should be under Quebec's jurisdiction. We would help people better. We would help workers better. Now, we also have seen the government has announced measures for the workforce. That's noble. That's a good intention. We support it. But there's been an agreement between Ottawa and Quebec since 1997 when it comes to the workforce. The government should have discussed their workforce training plan with the government of Quebec before tabling their economic update. The Minister of Finance did not discuss it with his counterpart in Quebec. That worries us, and we will keep an eye on that. I've also covered employment insurance. We're also worried about increased risks to health safety because the update changes the mandate of the Canada Food Inspection Agency and the responsibilities of the Pest Management Resource Agency to mandate them to consider not only health and safety issues, but also economic impacts. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm not operating in bad faith. I've worked very hard on the agriculture and agri-food file. I was on the committee until January. And we studied that in committee, and some agencies are not being effective. But what we were opposed to was lack of efficiency and effectiveness, not the mandate of the agencies themselves. So I really hope that this will be studied in committee. I hope that we will be given the proper amount of time in committee to really look into this. We hope that they won't just go in camera or rush it along, because there are some serious issues here. Lobbies, herbicide and pesticide lobbies are very powerful. We remember what happened with Tiger Team. That was really serious. Now, it didn't get enough media coverage, unfortunately, but that story was very telling when it comes to how powerful these lobbies are. But I hope that these agencies, the PMRA and the CFIA, I hope that they will be more efficient. And sometimes we need an emergency payout and it's too slow. Then after the damage is already done, then people get authorization. That doesn't mean we're compromising people's safety because the product has already been approved. These agencies need to work faster. They need to do some overtime, double down, and get authorizations faster. So that's what we wanted. It was just about the efficiency, not about their mandates. Now, my last issue that I want to cover is giving the minister the authority to suspend some legislation. What is this trend? And 3-year mandates, 3-year government orders, that's very serious. We have serious worries, and we have some suggestions too. We want a wage subsidy to give businesses some breathing room, and we're happy to work with the government on that, but they need to be willing to work on it and with us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do think, and I acknowledge the members' hand of extension in terms of collaboration. I think some standing committees can be very, very effective. A lot depends, I find, in terms of the personalities, the subject matters, and so forth. The member raised the issue of agri-foods, and it wasn't that long ago I was in the Philippines, and we were talking about the expansion, where an office was established looking at a number of countries, dozens of countries, and how we can actually expand. And I would think that would be a wonderful topic area to talk about how it is that we can enhance our agri-food system, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to the members' contributions at the Standing Committee level, and in hopes that there will be a higher sense of collaboration going forward. It's more of a comment than a question.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you. It would appear that the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't often go to Agri, but in my opinion, it's the best committee, the best House committee. The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue has taken over for me on committee, and he's doing a formidable job. He is up to the task, and collaboration will continue. Now, of course, we could export to the Asia-Pacific region. There's a lot of, it's a big market there. But what I was talking about was the CFIA and PMRA's mandates, and I want the government to allow us to study this very thoroughly in committee because we don't want to endanger public safety. I thank my colleague for his speech. He brought up many cases when the government did not sufficiently consult and was not transparent. He also raised a very worrisome trend. Since the Liberals have a majority in committee, they have this new trend of meeting in camera. That prevents Canadians and other parliamentarians from having access to important information. It also prevents them from being able to take part in debate. Can the member tell us about some of his worries about this? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I congratulate my colleague on her French, which is great. follow your instincts because you changed one of the words you used in French, but the first version was great. Now, a question to you, Mr. Speaker, not to my colleague. Through you, yes, this new trend from the government is worrisome. I hope the parliamentary secretary is listening, and I hope he'll take this opportunity to give us some reassurance on this. I am my party's whip. I supervise all committees, and we hear from bloc members on committees. They tell us that the government is very quick to go in camera. They're trying to really take control of all committees' agendas. I hope this is a temporary wind of excitement at becoming a majority and having a majority in committees, and that I hope this trend will end soon. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In his incredible speech, my colleague mentioned that there was no negotiation between the Bloc Québécois and the government to see how to make this economic update acceptable to us in the Bloc. There are some pretty simple suggestions that we have. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on this. The government never reimbursed Quebec for the services to asylum seekers, and we were never reimbursed for the carbon tax rebate either. Can the colleague speak to these two huge oversights and missteps by the government? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the incredibly respectable member for Jonquière. All right, unfair is an understatement. It's actually theft and robbery. We're talking about this carbon tax rebate. $1814 million are owed to Quebec. We had a whole opposition day about it. The government never listened. It's the same thing in the case of services offered to asylum seekers. Quebec is owed $700 million. We just want our fair share. We are working on building Quebec, which is part of Canada. And when we see the government just steal our money, all it does is makes us even more excited for the next federal elections. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé explained very clearly that the Bloc Québécois is disappointed by the spring economic update. The member for Mirabel, in response to the Minister of Finance, explained very clearly and thoroughly all that's missing from the economic update. So it's not surprising that the Bloc Québécois does not support the economic update. Many times this week, during question period, I've heard Liberals say, when answering questions, we want to build Canada. And in fact, the economic update document is called Building Canada. But they didn't complete the title. The complete title should be Building Canada while ignoring Quebec. And here's why I think that. Mr. Speaker, when we want to understand the intention behind a government document or government proposal, something like a budget or an economic update, the best way to go about that is to hit Control, Find, and search for words in the document. How many times is X word mentioned in the document or Y word? And you'll see where I'm going here with this, Mr. Speaker. So just for fun, I did a search for the word forest and forestry, which were mentioned a total of 6 times in the economic update document. Next, I said to myself, why don't I search the word aluminum in the economic update? 12 mentions. Okay. So things are getting better. Then I searched for the word climate change. It is mentioned 5 times in the document. How many times is the word gas mentioned? 43 mentions. Then the word oil. It's mentioned 153 times in the spring economic update document. Now, where am I going with this, Mr. Speaker? Well, it'll be very clear why I'm bringing this up. The sectors that are the most heavily impacted by tariffs, what this economic update should have been is a response to the tariff crisis. The 2 most heavily affected companies are aluminum processors. Primary producers, they are doing okay, but the aluminum processors are really struggling, and a lot of them are working on credit and struggling to keep their business afloat. So the aluminum sector is only mentioned 12 times in the document, and the second most heavily impacted sector, the second major victim of the American government's decisions, is the forestry sector. There's a 10% tariff, but then when you add countervailing duties and anti-dumping duties, it all adds up. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, that you're a forestry producer, and every time you send $100 worth of products to the States, $45 of that is stolen. Very few businesses can survive with those kinds of profit margins. These past few weeks, and we raised the red flag about this just a few weeks ago now, 25% of the total value of aluminum derivative products are impacted by tariffs. Is that mentioned in the economic update? No. There's nothing in the document to address what the forestry and aluminum sectors are experiencing. And that's why I think the document should be titled Building Canada While Ignoring Quebec. There are proposals that we have made countless times. For instance, time and time again, we suggested a solution to respond to the softwood lumber crisis. We've made suggestions to the government, and they have not taken us up on that. And in fact, what's in the economic update for the forestry sector is just a rehashed version of what was in the fall budget. There is a liquidity program that doesn't actually meet the industry's needs. We made tangible proposals to the government, which came from the forestry sector. The forestry sector suggested that at the end of each month, the government should add a bit of anti-dumping duties and countervailing duties. Anti-dumping duties in the States, which are being collected in the States, we could recover them. We suggested that, but the government never wanted to discuss that with us. And the same goes for the aluminum sector. We had suggestions which went unheard. So this update, Building Canada While Ignoring Quebec, what does the document contain? Well, the government wants to build energy export infrastructure. Gas is mentioned 43 times, and the word oil is mentioned 153 times, which shows that the government's true intention is to build oil and gas infrastructure to export more oil and more gas. We discussed this at the Natural Resources Committee. We received Hydro-Quebec as a witness, and sometimes I like to tease people, and I said, okay, so you're going to build two huge lines to export energy to the United States, one to New York and the other to Massachusetts. How did you receive support from the federal government? How much did you receive from the federal government? Not a penny. Ottawa did not give Hydro-Quebec a cent to build that energy export infrastructure. And that's clean energy. That's hydro. The same cannot be said about the oil and gas sector. That is not green. Now, in the economic update, there is a tax credit. There's an enhancement of a tax credit for carbon capture and storage. The former environment minister herself has said that more money was invested to advertise carbon capture than was actually spent in carbon capture projects. It makes no sense, and there's no such thing as making clean oil. Because we know that in 2022, 2023, in 2023, they invested $100 million in carbon capture and storage. In 2022, a couple $100 million again. But none of that meets Quebecers' needs and what Quebecers care about. And when you look at all the supports to the oil and gas sector, it's outrageous.
So the federal government is trying to respond to the tariff crisis by supporting the energy sector in Canada. And what bothers me is that the energy sector in Canada rakes in profits. And when you look at this update, you'll see something even more shocking. When you look at the ownership structure of these big oil companies, you'll see that 80% of these big companies belong to foreign owners. So 80% of these big oil and gas belong to foreign owners. So 60% of this ownership structure belongs to U.S. owners. So this means that we want to energize the Canadian economy, but it's to whose profit? To U.S. profit. And in 2021 to 2024, there were $331 billion in profits. Was this investment in infrastructure? No. The federal government assured the risk for this infrastructure, but these big oil companies raked in the profits. Capitalism is based on private companies assuming their own risks, but that's not what we're doing. For big oil, they assume that they make sure that the government assumes the risks and they rake in the profits. So we're talking about billions of dollars. And the federal government, in its economic update, has forgotten Quebec and is trying to help out big oil and gas companies who transfer their money to the U.S. It's absolutely absurd.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech very carefully, and I'm surprised. It seems that Quebec was not forgotten, but what I see in this update is historical investment in port infrastructure, and we've expected this for quite some time. Also in Quebec, this is expected investment. It seems to be historical, and also investment in sports and athletes. It will benefit all of Canada, including Quebec, and also in housing. In January, the Quebec government and Ottawa decided to accelerate the construction of housing, and also these natural projects include ports. And does he not agree that these are investment that will help all of Quebec? The honourable member for Joliette. That's the problem. I did consult the entire document. That's where the issue is. Structural investment is not happening in Quebec. It's happening in the oil and gas sector. The accelerated investment that you see in this update only applies to oil and gas. It doesn't apply to other sectors, which involve Quebec specifically. There is nothing for our sectors of economic activity. There's only money for oil and gas. This is an economic update that is aiming at providing further support to the Canadian energy sector with big funding from the public purse. And as Quebec is experiencing one of its worst tariff wars with the U.S., well, if my colleague doesn't find this ridiculous, perhaps I should spell it out further. The honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for his informed remarks. As we can see in his exchanges with colleagues in French, he needs to take into account the needs of all Canadians, including those of Quebecers. We have concerns with respect to forestry in common and the government's lack of attention to important issues for our communities. What strikes me is the lack of the word dependence. The Minister for Mental Health and Substance Abuse doesn't seem to be recognizing the importance of crimes that affect my community. What could the consequences be for Quebec? The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank Jonquière, rather. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I congratulate her for her French, which is excellent, even though she hasn't been a member for so long. Everyone says this at the Bloc. Her French is excellent. So health issues are Quebec jurisdiction, so I won't mention that, but I have rarely agreed with the opposition leader, but I do agree with the official opposition on one thing. On many occasions, he has said that big oil and gas act like corporations by asking the federal government for money. I know that the Liberals want to defend energy. Well, even the Conservatives won't recommend taking the money from everyday Canadians to give it to these big oil and gas companies, which are making record profits, and sending it to the U.S. I agree with that point. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. We saw that the U.S. president has increased tariffs for aluminum and steel-based products, and this could have a major impact on SMEs in Quebec. The Bloc has mentioned this many times before the economic update, and now there's nothing for us. So can my colleague say more about this? The honourable member for Joliette. 30 seconds, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were all surprised, especially since the Bloc leader seemed to have informed the Prime Minister about this situation. And the next day, the Prime Minister, when he took account of this, said, you will have a response in the economic update. But we see the update, and there's absolutely nothing there. And on Wednesday, the Prime Minister said, it's coming. You're going to get an answer. Should we trust him on his word, see if he walks the talk in coming days? But it's very concerning, Mr. Speaker.
I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to be brief. I am rising to respond to the question of privilege raised on April the 29th, 2026 by a member for Peace River, Westlock, respecting the tabling of an annual report pursuant to an order in Council. I submit that this matter is a question of statutory law upon which the Speaker is not empowered to make determinations. In the ruling referenced by my colleague, I would like to draw the attention of members parts of that ruling that were not addressed in the member's submission to the House. On February 5, 1992, in the Speaker's ruling respecting the tabling of a document pursuant to an Act of Parliament, he stated, and I would quote, the first point that the Chair wishes to highlight is that Speakers do not interpret or enforce matters of statutory law. There are many precedents to that effect. On June 19, 1978, a question of privilege was raised respecting the late tabling of the Postmaster General's annual report. In rejecting the claims that the failure to respect the law constituted a breach of privilege, Speaker Jerome warned the House that the authority of the Chair did not extend to the determined question of law. On two occasions, March 27, 1981, and on February 10, 1983, Speaker Sauvé confirmed his principle in denying claims for the Chair to intervene in cases similar to the one raised by the Honourable Member from Scarborough Rouge River. In each of these situations, the government had failed to live up to its statutory responsibilities to table documents within a specific period of time. In response, Madam Speaker ruled that the Chair had neither the responsibility to interpret the law nor the authority to compel the government to obey it. End of quote. There are two important distinctions between the case of the ruling of February 1992 and the case currently before the House. In the situation facing the House in 1992, was a statutory requirement found in the Customs Tariff, an Act adopted by Parliament to table an order made pursuant to the Act respecting the elimination of tariffs on certain plywood and related products under a free trade agreement. That required the Minister of Finance to table in the House no later than April 21, 1989. The case before this House is not analyzed. The tabling of the report in the question is not due pursuant to statutory obligation, but rather a legal instrument made by the Order in Council by the Executive Branch of Government. The order in council referenced by the member, unlike the situation in 1992, does not provide a requirement to table the document by a certain date. Both of these points diverge distinctively from the situation facing the House in 1992. More substantively, the case of statutory obligation requiring that an order in council be tabled in the House respecting the alleviation of a tax or elimination of a tax on certain products would be of legislative concern to the members of this House. The question currently before the House is not a legislative requirement and has no direct impact on any legislative matter currently before the House. Moreover, the all-party parliamentary group to end modern slavery and human trafficking is not an official standing, legislative or a special committee of the House. There is no mention in our standing orders on the powers, mandate, and functions of such a parliamentary working groups. These unofficial forums are not official creatures of the House and therefore are not subject to the provisions of the Standing Order 108. Which set out the powers and mandates of the official committees of the House. I submit that the matter raised by the member for Peace River Westlock is a question of law which is outside the purview of the Speaker. Secondly, the legal instrument referred to was not a requirement of an Act of Parliament. And finally, the absence of a requirement for a time frame to be complied with brings into question whether the government has in fact not or will not exercise the obligation under that order in council. I therefore submit that this is not a procedural question, nor can a determination be made that the government has not complied with its own exercise of authority under the order in council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member, and we'll take that under advisement and come back to the House if necessary. Resuming debate, the member for Madawaska Restigouche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to explain that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg Centre South. For just over a year, I have had the pleasure of representing my riding, and what we realize we need to focus on what we can control, building a stronger economy, diversifying our international trade partners, ensuring responsible fiscal management, and supporting Canadians who are feeling the strain of the cost of living. And we're on the right track, but there's still work to be done. And for the past year, we have been on the right track, and the 2026 Spring Economic Update represents the next step in our plan to build a stronger Canada for everyone. Mr. Speaker, to build a strong Canada, we have to build housing, infrastructure, and defense capabilities, but we need skilled people to do so because our workers are the engines of the Canadian economy. And that is why, with the economic update, we are launching our plan to recruit and train and hire 80,000 to 100,000 new workers in the Red Seal trades over the next 5 years. We need to build big, but we need the necessary labor to do so. Notably, we're going to modernize the Red Seal program to reduce the time it takes to obtain certification and increase consistency across the country. We are going to implement online exams and digital logbooks, as well as creating a single national registered apprentice number. And we will also implement financial incentives, and we know that they have to commit to a certain number of hours. It's part of their technical training. But to help employers to hire apprentices, we are going to have a wage subsidy up to $10,000 over the first year of wages. This will help our employers to hire apprentices. And of course, there's classroom apprenticeship, and we will provide a $400 a week supplement when apprentices complete their mandatory classroom training. There'll also be additional support measures such as EI benefits and loan and grants. So there's also a new $5,000 success bonus upon obtaining Red Seal certification, and it's a substantial increase. And how come we're doing this? It's to give apprentices the incentive they need to end their training, complete it, and obtain their Red Seal. And Mr. Speaker, when we talk about training the future, we also have to offer summer jobs that are enriching. And that's why in the update, we have decided to increase the funding for the Canada Summer Jobs program. In my riding, it's an investment of more than $1.5 million for the summer of 2026, which will provide more than 400 jobs for young people in my region. We're going to invest in diverse sectors such as summer camps, tourist sites, care homes, childcare, construction, agriculture, etc. And it gives young people really good job experience, and it allows us to support our community organizations, SMEs, and municipalities so they can hire summer labor. So this is excellent news. And Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that Canada is a big country and we have different and diverse economic realities in many sectors, including agriculture, fishing, forestry, and tourism. These sectors rely heavily on seasonal workers because they know they have to cope with constraints related to weather conditions, natural cycles, and fluctuations in demand. And this is why EI provides temporary income support for these workers during off-seasons when seasonal work is unavailable. It allows these workers to have financial stability, and it allows them to remain in their communities. And this support also benefits for employers, as I mentioned, and for regional economies because it allows experienced workers to return the following season. Also, to support seasonal work, there were temporary rules implemented in 2018 to provide up to 5 additional weeks of regular EI benefits to eligible seasonal workers in 13 economic regions. And this covered Madawaska, Restigouche, Albert as well. And these measures allow seasonal workers to have 5 additional weeks of coverage, as I said. And this is really essential because it allows them to live between seasons, and it eliminates this black hole, as we commonly call it. This program was supposed to be temporary and end in October of 2026, but we've had productive discussions with our colleagues, and I'm happy to say that in the economic update, we've announced additional funds to extend this 5 additional week period so that our regions and workers there can continue to benefit from this program and avoid the black hole. Also, in the economic update, we are extending some of the temporary members we established during the trade war. Notably, we have eliminated the 1-week waiting period when we wait for EI benefits, and we're extending it once again until next fall, and then we'll evaluate where things are. So this is good news for our workers. Also, Mr. Speaker, in the economic update, we've announced that we'd like to facilitate access to the disability tax credit. This provides significant tax relief to people with disabilities and their family members who support them. And we know that eligibility for this tax credit is one of the main criteria for qualifying for other support measures from the federal government, such as the Canada Disability Benefit. So it's important for us as a government to ensure that people who are in need receive all of the assistance that they are entitled to. So we have facilitated access to this tax credit so that they can have additional support. Healthcare professionals are required to certify a person's disability and its impact on daily living activities. And based on recent experience, we've noted that for some conditions, we need to simplify the application process for this credit, reducing paperwork for healthcare professionals. And that's why we've announced a simplified application process for people who have a formal diagnosis of certain long-term medical conditions. So we need to look at the eligibility criteria remain unchanged, but experience shows that certain conditions do meet the criteria, and we won't make them fill out additional forms. For example, if a healthcare professional certifies on the application form that the patient has Alzheimer's, they would no longer have to fill out the section on the form requesting detailed information about the effects of this medical condition because it's already documented and will consider that they have this disease and they're eligible for the tax credit. It's the same thing for other medical conditions such as COPD at stage 3 or higher, ALS, cystic fibrosis, and schizophrenia. There are a series of other medical conditions that have been announced, and it makes it simpler for these people to apply. Also, we're going to expand the list of healthcare professionals authorized to certify eligibility for this tax credit, particularly for specific types of specialties, podiatrists, physical therapists, etc., that are related to these are various measures we are implementing to ensure that people who need assistance can get the help they need. And in this economic update, there's other good news for Atlantic Canada.
We are investing in small craft harbors. People have been calling for increased investment for a long time now. These requests have come from coastal communities, and I am happy to announce that this spring economic update does include significant investment in small craft harbors, which play a crucial role in the economy of our rural and coastal communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues. I hope that we will be able to work together to pass this economic update, and I hope that our opposition colleagues will support the update because I think it contains good news for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Newfoundland Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I listened to my colleague's speech on the spring economic statement, and I know that he comes from a riding in New Brunswick where salmon are paramount in Restigouche, Mr. Speaker. And his Minister of Fisheries announced $82 million towards making Atlantic salmon where they once were in a great healthy state, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? At the same time that she makes that announcement, she cuts 2 biodiversity centres that were long established, one in New Brunswick, his home province, and one in Nova Scotia. And in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador, she hasn't even laid out contracts for river guardians this year. So if you don't protect spawners, then there'll be no spawn, and salmon will be finished. So when will he question that minister to make sure she puts her money where her mouth is? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that my colleague has talked about our $3.8 billion nature strategy, which will invest $82 million in salmon protection in the Atlantic region, including in the Restigouche River, which is recognized internationally for the richness of its salmon stocks. I'm very proud of this investment. I have had ongoing discussions with the Fisheries Minister, and I will ensure that these investments lead to concrete measures to better protect salmon habitats in the Restigouche River and, of course, in other rivers throughout Atlantic Canada. We will do more to protect the salmon in our rivers. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has just concluded his speech by saying that he is happy that the government has finally listened to Atlantic Canada. But Quebec has not been listened to. Does my colleague find it acceptable that Quebec, a province struggling due to the tariff crisis, that is home to the 2 most tariffed sectors in the country, softwood lumber and aluminum, and despite this, these sectors have received no support in the spring economic update. Is this acceptable to him? The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I do not share my colleague's interpretation of the spring economic update. It will ensure benefits for all of Canada, including Atlantic Canada and Quebec and all the rest of the country. Again, I will cite the fact that the government is investing in small craft harbors, which I know is an important issue in Quebec. We are also reforming EI, which has been a long-standing request from the Bloc Québécois. The government will be investing in major projects in Quebec. Issues of importance to the Bloc Québécois. We are investing in housing. The Government of Canada has signed an investment with the Quebec government to speed up housing construction in Quebec. So I do not feel like Quebec was ignored in the Spring Economic Update. The Spring Economic Update contains good news for the entire country.
The member for Parkland.
I know that the member across said he's very proud of this government's investments. I wonder if he would tell this House if he's proud of the government's $50 million investment in the molten salt nuclear reactor scam in his very own province by Moltex. The company's now gone into insolvency. It's being sold off for $11 million, 55 million taxpayer dollars down the drain. Is that member proud of that investment?
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have invested in a number of projects of national interest, including energy projects and including nuclear energy projects. We've invested in wind turbines in Nova Scotia. We've invested in mining as well, including a mine in New Brunswick. And we've invested in some smaller projects that will still be very important to our communities. We are investing in the energy sector in Atlantic Canada and throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my esteemed colleague for his speech. I'm always happy to ask questions relative to Labrador, and I will speed it up a little bit. But I'm also happy that my Newfoundland and Labrador colleagues are here because it gives me an opportunity through my question to talk about the great things our government is doing in Labrador. We've heard about the announcement for
we need time for a response. He's got 10 seconds.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Through the Spring Economic Update, we are investing 2% of GDP in defence spending. This will lead to investments all throughout the country, including in Labrador.
Debate, the member for Winnipeg South.
South Centre, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Winnipeg South Centre. Mr. Speaker, the Spring Economic Update, much like the budget, is a wonderful exercise in the democratic process. It's an opportunity not only for the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to report back to Canadians and indicate the direction of the government, but it's also an opportunity through a variety of different iterations, Mr. Speaker, for grassroots Canadians, constituents, to convey their needs, their wants, the opportunities that exist in our country back to those that represent them, such as myself here in Ottawa. And for me, Mr. Speaker, I try to create time every week, whether I'm in Ottawa or Winnipeg, to sit down with those that I represent to have a conversation, whether that's through email correspondence, a phone call, in-person meetings, at events. It's an opportunity for them, Mr. Speaker, to connect with me and to help understand what they want to be told on their behalf here on the floor of the House of Commons. And today's speech, Mr. Speaker, for me will be framed around one question, which is what builds a strong community. And for me and many that I represent, Mr. Speaker, it's about connection of people and places. And more specifically, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about opportunity, belonging, and stability. And I'm going to start with sport. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was extremely privileged and blessed as a young person growing up in Winnipeg South Centre to have been raised in a community filled with people who wanted to give back. And I'm thinking of my coaches in baseball, John Matus and Ray Alley, or my coaches in football, John Ramu and Jerry Urbanovich, who gave so much back to my teammates and I. And they taught us about the importance of teamwork, leadership, and perseverance. Mr. Speaker, sport brings us together. It creates a sense of belonging. Like the arts, it is a practice of expression. It's a reflection of us back to others. In addition to a deep sense of belonging, Mr. Speaker, sport is critically important from the perspective of both our physical and mental health. I can remember, Mr. Speaker, having the privilege of being the head coach of the Kelvin Clippers football team, where I myself had been a player in high school, and working with a number of students who came from difficult situations, whether that was conflict in the home, perhaps a lack of success in what we would have traditionally deemed to be successful in the confines of a classroom, or just looking for something to belong to. Sport, particularly team sport, was an avenue for them to grow, to develop, to be a part of something bigger than themselves, but to do so, Mr. Speaker, in a way that also contributed positively to their mental and physical health. So, Mr. Speaker, the Spring Economic Update's announcement of an investment of $755 million, a monumental and generational investment in not just Canadian athletes, but participants in sport across the country, is going to be a game changer that brings about a healthier sense of belonging in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to opportunity. And I recently met with Fred Meyer, who is the president of Red River College Polytechnic in my hometown of Winnipeg. And alongside Fred, I had the opportunity to chat with a number of members of their faculty associations. And one of the things that they raised, Mr. Speaker, is the existence, unfortunately, still of a stigma that exists in our country around the trades. Mr. Speaker, there is a belief among some that the only path to prosperity through higher education can come through traditional programming at universities. Mr. Speaker, this could not be further from the truth. Not only are the trades and the skilled workers that occupy the positions within that domain, are they valuable jobs in terms of being able to help people prosper economically and financially, but it's also critical to the growth of our country. And what young people in this country need right now, Mr. Speaker, vis-a-vis the trades, is opportunity. And the government's growth agenda is going to help them realize that. As we build a strong Canada, Mr. Speaker, we need to allow for there to be the development of a strong workforce that will help to support many of the major projects and critical infrastructure developments that we are catalyzing right now. So, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the Spring Economic Update specifically, there were a number of measures that I was very pleased to see that I think are going to make a significant difference for folks on the ground in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and beyond across the country. Inclusive of those, Mr. Speaker, are up to $16,000 over the course of about 4 years for somebody who is in training to become a skilled worker in the trades. This financial incentive is critical for folks who are trying to balance their education with the financial responsibilities that they have in their lives. This type of incentive is going to ensure that we retain people throughout that educational process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, one of the things that we see in this particular part of the Spring Economic Update statement regarding trade, the skilled trades rather, is supports for small and medium-sized businesses to hire apprenticeship. To allow for apprentices to have opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I was very proud a number of years ago to be the principal of the Maples Met High School, and one of the things that was amazing about this school is that on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, the kids would be in class doing project-based learning, but on Tuesday and Thursday, they would go out into the community doing internships. And often these internships, Mr. Speaker, would take place with the leaders of small, medium-sized businesses who would help them understand what the pathway was towards a profession in the trades. We are going to be creating an agency government-wide, Mr. Speaker, that's going to help facilitate that process whereby business owners, educational institutions, and those who are wanting to join the profession are going to be able to work collaboratively to see an advancement of those opportunities. Inclusive as well, Mr. Speaker, of the opportunity in trades is a $5,000 incentive upon the completion of a Red Seal. Mr. Speaker, one thing I would like to see us move on is some conversations between the federal government and provincial governments in order to make sure that we are aligned on helping to create that opportunity for young people. It's often as early as grades 8, 9, and 10 that people know that they want to begin to explore the spaces around the skilled trades. And the more closely that we can be aligned across the country to creating those pathways, the stronger I believe we're going to be, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to also talk about the importance of stability in building a strong community. In my hometown of Winnipeg, there is a significant crisis ongoing in relation to mental health, addiction, and homelessness. We have announced a continuation, Mr. Speaker, of a $125 million investment in unsheltered homelessness and encampment initiatives. And just last week in my office here in Winnipeg, in Ottawa, rather, Mr. Speaker, I sat down with some executives from the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Manitoba chapter, who talked to me about how critically important the investments in this fund have been to providing particularly wraparound services. So when we talk about dealing with the mental health and addiction crisis and those who are currently unsheltered or living on the streets, Mr. Speaker, we have to focus not just on creating housing, but creating stable housing that also is supported by a variety of different resources, whether that be addiction treatment options, social workers, psychologists and psychiatrists, peers who are going through similar situations that can build strong bonds within community to help people through these very difficult aspects of their journey. So, Mr. Speaker, that $125 million is a significant investment. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, it builds on top of the $5 billion health infrastructure announcement that we made in the last budget. And I'm working very closely with my colleagues on the ground in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, and other stakeholders to make sure that these funds go towards building these types of wraparound services that will comprehensively and collaboratively create the type of supports that people in Winnipeg need right now. Mr. Speaker, I started this speech talking about the importance of connection between people and places. The connection to our natural environment is critical. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. Speaker, is that I'm very proud to have seen reflected in the spring economic statement the insights, the feedback, the guidance that those I represent in Winnipeg South Centre had given me, inclusive of the environment. And Mr. Speaker, right before you stand up, I'll just finish by saying that it's investments like the $75 million in the Seal River watershed in northern Manitoba that speak very much to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The member for, I want to say Sturgeon River Parkland, just Parkland now. Okay, the member for Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that speech. I think he'll agree that the crime rates in this country are far too high. And that's why I think Canadians were very hopeful when this government announced that they would be hiring 1,000 new RCMP officers. But we've recently learned that out of that 1,000 RCMP officers that the government claimed that they're hiring, only 750 of them are actually going to be frontline officers. And 250 of them are going to be civilian support employees. And it gets better, Mr. Speaker. The government, under their early retirement incentive, has laid off over 300 civilian employees from the RCMP. So they're saying they're hiring 250 more, but they've let go 300, and they're only bringing 750 frontline officers. This is an investment illusion under this government. Why are they failing to protect our streets by underinvesting in?
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague opposite for the question. I met with police officers from the Winnipeg Police Union just a couple of days ago here in Ottawa, and I can tell you their view was very different, as was that of police chiefs from across the country. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-14, for example, which is bringing in tougher penalties for repeat offenders, particularly those who are using weapons and violence in the crimes that they are committing, is being welcomed across the board in this country. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, I want to go back to a component of my speech, which talked about the importance of investing in mental health and addiction and homelessness. Mr. Speaker, lots of the crime we see is born out of poverty. It is born out of very difficult conditions that people find themselves in. So, Mr. Speaker, by making investments in people, in social services, we help to reduce crime rates in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has set the health transfer rate, increase rate at 5%, which is wildly inadequate because the costs to run the healthcare system are increasing by 6% a year due to an aging population. In 2027-2028, the health transfer increase rate is set to fall to 3% at a time when health systems in Quebec and across the country are already struggling. What does my colleague have to say about this?
Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. What I can say is that in Manitoba, almost $220 million have been invested in health care infrastructure. So what does that mean for the people of Winnipeg and Manitoba? It means that we will be able to continue providing necessary services. As I noted in my previous answer, there is a crisis unfolding on the streets of Winnipeg, and what we are investing has made a major difference. I can't speak for Quebec, but I can say that in Manitoba, investments have made a big difference for the people of the province.
Member from Madawaska, Restigouche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a speech, my colleague spoke about how he visited schools, and he spoke about the importance of our youth. What will be the impact of our historic impact in sport on our youth, and why is it so important to support sports among our youth? The Honourable Member. Thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. These are exceptionally important investments. Sports are not just important for our physical and mental health. They also help us build strong communities. Taking part in sport improves things for parents, their kids, and for entire communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Long Range Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to point out some financial indicators that we have right now, particularly as it pertains to small business. The CFIB has said that for 6 quarters in a row, we have more small businesses closing down than are starting up. They have coined us as being in an entrepreneurial drought. 55% of them are saying don't suggest opening up a business. How do they square that with this economic statement?
The member for Winnipeg South Centre in 10 seconds or less.
Well, Mr. Speaker, how you square that is you give $10,000 to small, medium-sized businesses to help attract entrepreneurs and apprentices who are going to create and build this country. That's how you do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The member for Long Range Mountain, and she will have only about 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time, but thank you. It's always an honor to rise in this House, and I rise today to speak to Bill C-30, the Spring Economic Update. Unfortunately, this legislation confirms what Canadians already feel in their daily lives, that after years of costly Liberal fiscal policy, life is becoming more expensive, less predictable, and harder to manage. But before I dive into the details, I'd like to set the stage by looking at how the nation is actually receiving this update. If you want to know how far the Liberal rhetoric is from the Canadian reality, you only have to look at the headlines from the Globe and Mail and the National Post this week. Canada Strong is still Canada deep in debt. The Liberals' upside-down fiscal world and Canada's new government has no interest in arresting our economic decline. To summarize the content of these headlines, if you've been wondering what meaning to attach to that irritating phrase the Liberals are so fond of, Canada's new government, well, wonder no longer, as this Spring Economic Update makes abundantly clear that it means nothing. There's no use being disappointed We should all be managing our own expectations. The new government is no more interested in arresting our economic decline than the old one was. It is clear that the Liberals have no intention of changing their high-spending, high-taxing ways. Economists have sounded the alarm. Without aggressive measures to boost productivity, our country will continue to slide. Yet, in this bill, we see no commitment to deep deregulation, no effort at broad tax reform, and no plan for growth. This isn't progress. This is just more of the same wrapped in a new coat of paint. As always, I want to speak specifically about his impacts, the wonderful people of Long Range Mountains. When they look at this, they don't see a plan for growth. They see a document written for a boardroom full of Liberal elites. It bears no resemblance to the reality of life in Newfoundland and Labrador. At a time when hardworking Canadians are looking for relief, this offers something very different. It offers a costly credit card approach that doubles down on spending, increases the deficit, and risks driving inflation even higher. The Liberal Prime Minister has now doubled the deficit left by his predecessor from $31 billion to $65 billion. And the consequences of that decision will be borne not by the government, but by hard-working Canadians. They certainly do not consider the unique challenges that the people of Newfoundland and Labrador face, especially the challenges of the island portion of our province, where most of our fresh produce and everyday essentials must be shipped in. Building materials have to be brought across on the ferry. In Long Range Mountains, fuel isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. We don't have subways, we have vast highways with no cell phone service and unpredictable coastal weather conditions. It doubles down on fuel taxes that act as a geographic penalty on rural, remote, and coastal Canadians. Across the country, families are already stretched thin. The rising cost of food, housing, and basic necessity is forcing difficult choices at kitchen tables across the country. Seniors are being squeezed by fixed incomes that no longer go as far as they once did. Young Canadians are postponing major life decisions because the cost of home ownership feels out of reach. They are losing hope in their future in this country. When a father in Deer Lake fills up his truck to go to work, he's paying a premium for this Liberal government's ideology. When a senior in Burgeo looks at the cost of home heating fuel, she's being squeezed by a Liberal plan that makes her life harder every single day. In that context, one would expect this legislation to show restraint and focus on affordability, but instead it introduces $37 billion in new Liberal spending on top of tens of billions already committed. It proposes the creation of a sovereign wealth fund that has no wealth behind it, relying instead on borrowed money. It allocates billions more to international climate finance, millions for conferences, and billions in subsidies that do little to address the immediate pressures facing hardworking Canadians. This is not a targeted plan to help families, and it's an expansion of government at a time when Canadians need the exact opposite. Liberals brag about $37 billion in spending, yet talk to any small business owner, walk into any grocery store, and ask how they are managing to navigate in this environment. They don't want to hear about billions for international climate conferences. They want to know when prices are going to start to go down so that they can manage to drive their kids to the activities that they love and, at the same time, keep food on their tables. Seniors still living in their homes on a fixed income want to know when their money will once again be enough to live off of. The entrepreneur wants to have confidence that they can grow their business and hire more staff instead of constantly facing more costs that create uncertainty and stress. They want to innovate and work on their business instead of constantly wondering how they're going to make payroll. They want to continue to contribute to their communities instead of having to cut back because of constantly higher costs. At a time when we should be focused on bringing costs down for hardworking Canadians, this bill proposes a sovereign wealth fund with no actual wealth behind it, only borrowed money. Meanwhile, the cost of servicing the national debt continues to climb. This year alone, debt interest payments will reach $59 billion, more than the federal government transfers to provinces for health care and more than it collects in GST revenue. That translates to roughly $3,400 per Canadian family just to cover the cost of Liberal borrowing. This is money that could otherwise be invested in Canadians' priorities, but instead it is consumed by the growing weight of Liberal debt. Even more concerning is that the government's own projections show slow economic growth and rising inflation. In other words, despite unprecedented levels of Liberal spending, the fundamentals of the economy are weakening. Canada now faces some of the most challenging economic indicators in the G7, including high household debt, unaffordable housing, weak productivity, and declining investment. These are not short-term fluctuations. They reflect deeper structural issues that this fails to address. We hear a lot about Team Canada, but there is a massive gap between Liberal rhetoric and the reality being felt by hard-working Canadians. We have young people in the trades who want to build their lives at home. We have resource potential that could make us a global energy superpower, but we are held back by a Liberal wall of regulatory bottlenecks, whether it's punishing industrial carbon price or red tape preventing us from developing our own resource. This Liberal government is standing in the way of Newfoundland and Labrador's economic prosperity. Conservatives?
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed, and the member for Long Range Mountain will have 2 minutes left, and plus her questions and comments when we return. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-240, Offender Rehabilitation Act, standing in the name of Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter, seconded by Ms. Cronus, moves that Bill C-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor today to rise for the second reading, first hour debate for my private member's bill, C-240. Canada is facing a crisis, one that is often described as silent in our national conversations, perhaps, but deafening in our homes, in our communities, and our daily lives. It is a crisis heard by worried phone calls, in empty chairs at the family table, and the quiet grief carried by parents, friends, and loved ones. This is not an abstract policy debate. This is this drug crisis, and it's affecting Canadians everywhere. There are 343 seats in this House, and every single one of them has been impacted in some way. No region, no riding, no community has been spared. For some, it's a 15-year-old girl's grandmother asking you to help save her from this crisis. Or a conversation with a police officer that you can literally see the mental anguish on his face because of the human aspect, the human trafficking aspect of this crisis, and the toll that it's taking because it feels endless. For others, it's a friend, a neighbor, a colleague, or a family member who's struggling right now. This crisis has a face in every corner of our country. We have lost more than 50,000 Canadians to this drug crisis in the past 10 years. This is more lives than we lost in the Second World War. If this level of loss were caused by any other threat, this House would be united in urgency, relentless in its response, and clear in its resolve. And yet, despite the scale of this tragedy, the drug crisis too often remains hidden, spoken about quietly, not fully addressed, or avoided altogether. Too often, stigma replaces understanding, discomfort replaces honesty, political talking points replace action. We hesitate to talk openly about addiction because it's complex, because it's painful, and because it forces us to confront the difficult truths about mental health, trauma, housing, crime, and care. But silence has never saved a life. Avoidance has never led to recovery. If we're serious about protecting Canadians, then we must be serious about acknowledging the reality that's in front of us. We must start talking about this crisis openly and honestly. We must move from debate to action, and we must work together across federal, provincial, and municipal governments and alongside our communities on the ground, because recovery is possible. People can and do recover. People can come home happy, healthy, healed, and drug-free. Recovery must be at the center of any serious response to this drug crisis. If we truly want to help people who are suffering from addiction, we have to focus on getting them well, not enabling, not just cycling them through systems that never really address the root cause. Addiction is not a moral failure, and recovery is possible when people are given the right supports. In my community, I see what works. I see organizations that are changing lives every single day by focusing on rehabilitation and recovery. Groups like Frontline Recovery, Heart Hubs at the House of Friendship, Celebrate Recovery, Porch Light, Key Metrics, and Crow Shield Lodge, along with many others who are doing the hard, often unseen work of helping people rebuild their lives. These frontline organizations understand addiction not as a headline, but as a human reality. They prove that recovery works when properly supported. Our stories are different, but at the core of addiction is trauma. It drives substance use and keeps people trapped in cycles they cannot escape on their own. If we do not heal the trauma, we do not break the cycle. And if we do not break the cycle, we're not offering real recovery, we're only enabling addiction. That belief is what led me to bring forward Bill C-240. It's a bill about breaking cycles and putting recovery at the center of our justice system's response to drug-addicted crime. Bill C-240 introduces rehabilitation directly into incarceration. It allows a judge to prescribe rehabilitation, mental health supports, education, and training. It gives the individual the opportunity to participate in that treatment. And it allows a parole board to consider whether that treatment plan has been completed. What makes this different from what exists today is accountability. Right now, programs may exist, but there's no real accountability to ensure they're delivered as intended or that the individual receives the full support required to complete them. When rehabilitation is judge prescribed, accountability exists on both sides, on the correctional facility to provide meaningful programming and on the individual to engage in treatment. That accountability is what turns intention into outcome. Bill C-240 also sends a very clear and necessary message to those who profit from addiction. It treats the trafficking of fentanyl as an aggravated factor, allowing for harsher penalties for dealers who knowingly make money off human suffering. Recovery must be paired with the consequences for those who exploit vulnerability for profit. The goal of this bill is simple and focused. Heal and break cycles for those afflicted by addiction and punish those who knowingly fuel it. If we want safer communities, fewer victims, and fewer lives lost, recovery must be the path forward and accountability must be a part of that path. This last part may be difficult for me to get through, but it matters that I say it. There are many faces, backgrounds, stories, people in different walks of life, and reasons for addiction. I know this because I am one of those faces. I am one of those walks of life. I am a recovered addict. I fell into addiction in high school. It starts as fun and escaped from reality, good times with friends, and then it turns into something very different. It becomes your life. It steals from you, you burn bridges, and you make choices that trap you in a life of continued trauma. No one talks about the dark side of addiction. Those choices, the self-harm, the trap houses, the abusers of vulnerability, the realities of the life of addiction. I was young. I was vulnerable. I had my own trauma. And then one day, while I was in one of those trap houses, I was looking around and I thought to myself, What am I doing? What is this life? What is my future? What's next? Death? That's when I decided to change. When I was in addiction, my mom showed me tough love. While I was in active addiction, I was not allowed at home, but she always checked in on me. She always knew where I was, and she would make me go for coffees or go for Sunday dinners at Nana and Grandpa's house. And every time she checked in on me, she would always plant a seed. When are you going to school? When are you going to school? So the very first thing I did when I got through detox was march up to my mom's office. She worked for the Waterloo region her entire career, and at the time she was at 99 Regina. And I went into her office and I said, "Mom, I need a Conestoga College book." I applied for early childhood education, radio, broadcast, and television, or mechanical engineering specializing in robotics and automation. I literally had no idea what I wanted to do next. I just knew I wanted to do something different. The only thing that I was accepted into right away was the engineering program, so that became my path. I have been told, often by people who do not know me, that I need to be trauma-informed, or that I need to listen more closely to the research or the data, or the intellectuals that study this issue. And while research matters, I want to say this very clearly. We will never solve this crisis if we do not listen to the people with lived experience, especially those who have healed. Recovery is not theoretical. It is lived one day at a time. I wear the scars, but I also wear the success of defeating the demon of addiction. I always wanted to go into politics, but I delayed running because of my past. The weight held me back. I asked myself, what if I win? What if my past comes out? What if I'm judged or shamed or dismissed because of who I once was rather than who I am today? That fear is not unique to me. It's a stigma many recovered people carry with them even after they've built their lives. I decided I would no longer carry that stigma in silence. I'm ending it by telling my story. Under our party's leader, I knew I would be supported, not only because of who our leader is as a person, but because of the message that he continually shared. During the last election, he spoke about recovered addicts as having a kind of strength others may never fully understand, because recovery means climbing a mountain that most people will never see. He spoke about the need for rehabilitation beds across this country and for real pathways to recovery. That message mattered to me. It told me I would not only be accepted as a member of Parliament, but also supported. We need more leaders like this. And that support has given me the strength and the courage to stand here in the House of Commons and share my own personal story. There's one thing, though, that I would like to add to that message. Yes, recovered people climb a mountain. But at the very beginning of recovery, all you can see is that mountain in front of you. It feels impossible, it feels endless, and it feels lonely. But if you take one day at a time, one step at a time, you will reach the top. And that is where your life truly begins. There's a big, beautiful, happy, healed life on the other side of addiction. And if you've ever seen a view from the top of a mountain, you know this. Your world opens up. Your possibilities expand. Your future becomes something you can finally imagine. Madam Speaker, I was an addict, sleeping in Victoria Park in Kitchener, Ontario. I slept in the streets and at the women's shelter on Frederick Street, Mary's Place. And now I'm a member of Parliament representing that very same area. Madam Speaker, the very same area and community I was homeless, I now represent as a member of Parliament. So if someone hears this, who's struggling or feels trapped at the base of that mountain, I want you to know this. Take that step. Start your healing journey and give yourself the life you deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Aye.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre? No. Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been in the House coming up on almost 3 years now, and that's probably the most powerful and moving speech I've heard a member give. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague opposite for having the courage to stand up and share her story. It's very personal for me as well, Mr. Speaker. I have several immediate family members who continue, Madam Speaker, my apologies, who continue to suffer from addiction crises, Madam Speaker, and my mother serves as one of the leading addiction specialists in the province of Manitoba, and I see the work that she does working with people every day. So I actually don't have a question for the colleague opposite, other than to perhaps provide her with another opportunity to share more about what it is she hopes the House will take into consideration. But in doing so, Madam Speaker, I just again want to thank her for having the courage and tenacity to stand up and elevate the voices of those who often don't have one in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the most beautiful part about continually sharing my story is it allows people the opportunity to share their own. And the more we do that, the more we end the stigma around addiction. And so I want to thank my member opposite for his personal ties to addiction. And I also want to thank you very much for recognizing what it means to stand in the House and share our own stories. I hope moving forward we can work together and ensure that we can help create paths to recovery in this country, starting with potentially supporting my private member's bill and introducing rehabilitation into incarceration. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. I congratulate my colleague on her speech, which was incredibly moving. Rehabilitation is incredibly important. It is, in fact, the foundation that underpins our justice system, but there need to be resources, for example, apprenticeships or training programs. So we need to ensure that the legal system has the resources it needs to meet these goals.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. I agree completely. We have to make sure that the resources are there to provide the supports. And that's partly what Bill C-240 is doing. When rehabilitation becomes judge-prescribed, then it puts responsibility on the institution to ensure that they're providing the prescribed rehabilitation for that particular inmate. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member has done a tremendous service to our country today. Not only has she helped those who struggle with addiction, trauma, and insecure housing see themselves here in this place, she's also blazed a path for some of them to get here with her bill, which I will be proud to stand up and second in a moment. She inspires me, Madam Speaker, and I just want to provide her with an additional opportunity to provide any additional advice that she has to share with the people watching at home who might need some of that inspiration as we continue to grapple with our ongoing addictions crisis.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
I want to thank my colleague for giving me an opportunity to speak a little further on focusing on taking that first step. One thing addiction does is it breaks your relationships. The continued cycle of bad decisions that you make carries with you, and it actually stops you from wanting to heal, because not only do you have your own personal trauma, but you have the guilt and you have everything else surrounded in the choices you made while you're in active addiction. But I want people to know that you're loved. Everyone still cares about you. Everyone still loves you. All they want you to do is get well. All you have to do is get well, and all you have to do is take that first step. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Short question.
The member for having the courage to share her story. Earlier today, we had an SO31 about the Bruce Oak Recovery Center. I've had loved ones attend that wonderful facility. That is where I learned about relapse and how important it is to recognize when the potential of a relapse leads to abusing substances or any other addictions. And I wonder if she could share any ideas for more positive coping mechanisms to avoid relapse.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, brief answer.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. So that's one thing actually where I do not agree with enabling addiction by providing the drugs to keep people trapped in addiction. And my reason why is because I relapsed 13 years after being sober because it was literally just in front of me. You have to make a conscious choice your entire life to just not be around it. And when I relapsed. Luckily, I had enough time and enough healing and enough space that I didn't fall back into the cycle of addiction. But I think it's really important when people start their journey to not...
Sorry, we have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and address the member's private member's bill. And as we could see around the chamber when the member was speaking, there was a great deal of attention that was given. And I do believe the member gets full credit in terms of having the courage to be able to share her personal story, Madam Speaker. You know, over the years as a parliamentarian, what I have found, especially when it comes to social issues, that when you get members that are prepared to share a personal story, it really does have an impact. In listening and observing what was taking place in the chamber, it reminded me a lot about the MAID debates that we had. And you could see how the debate was influencing the minds of members and how they expressed in their own ways, in different ways, how much they care about the individual that has had that the sharing of that experience. So I do commend the member for having the courage and blessing this House by sharing her personal story. I think it does make a difference, Madam Speaker, in terms of just the tone and the potential carrying of the legislation. In the discussions that I've had with respect to the private member's bill 240, I think it's been encouraging that there's the principle of the issue is of such an urgent matter that there's an openness to see if, in fact, the legislation could potentially be amended so that we could get a broader sense of support for the legislation. The principle of extending and trying to help is of critical importance. I look at it and listening to the member, there's no doubt that having that first-hand experience, and as I say, the courage to be able to share it with us here today, is second to nothing virtually in terms of having the issue elevated. But I think there's a great deal that needs to be talked about. Because even when I was in opposition, Madam Speaker, I can recall discussions that were taking place in Vancouver a number of years ago in terms of how first responders, many other stakeholders, were talking about safe injection sites. And that's why I mention that, because at the very tail end of her comments, it was interesting in her response to the answer, to the question. And I think maybe it is necessary at times to be able to get engaged and hear from the different stakeholders. I appreciate what she has said, but I do want to get a better sense in terms of what the other professionals are saying. Some of the others that have gone through that lived experience. Because, it seems to me that we've had provinces, administrations, first responders, and some individual survivors, I suspect, that have gone through that experience and want to be able to make sure that we take it all into consideration. The issue of the drug crisis is not being questioned whatsoever, Madam Speaker. I do believe that we need to recognize that it is a shared responsibility. And the member bringing forward the legislation has provided the opportunity for Ottawa to potentially take some tangible action. And for that, I do appreciate it. When I think of the shared responsibilities, I think in terms of the Department of Health, Family Services, Education, Housing, all of which I've personally had the opportunity to be directly involved in. I think of the impact that it has had in regards to our communities, the communities in which we represent. For many years, I would drive down McPhillips going to Salter, down Salter to the Manitoba Legislative Building, and the devastation in our communities is very significant. There's a great cost, and that's why I believe ultimately you do need to look and say how the broader community to the different levels of government can in fact contribute. Over the last number of years, much like what's taken place in the United States, we have seen a severe increase, too many losses of lives. Fentanyl is a very serious issue. I remember talking about fentanyl when we were debating Bill C-2 and how it is that it could be literally put into an envelope and mailed to anywhere in Canada. I think there are things that we can do to try to minimize the damage that is caused by some of these harsh, addictive drugs that are out there. I look to the community to provide some ideas and some thoughts. There are some outstanding groups there. When I make reference to the first responders and the number of lives they have saved by responding as quickly as they have and having the proper equipment. I think of communities like the Bear Clan, who's done an outstanding job in being there in a very real way for many individuals that have addictions, drug addictions, and some of those that have actually been on the verge of breaking out of that addiction, Madam Speaker. These addictions, I believe, are very, very much real, and we need to look at ways in which we can provide the programs and supports so that there can be a recovery. At the end of the day, I think that substance abuse does involve education. There is a treatment component to it. There is a follow-up. There is a need for support groups. I think that much like we want to be able to ensure that we take the corrective actions in an apartisan way, that hasn't always been the case. And to try to assert blame, I think is unfair at times, and we do need to look at ways in which we can improve the system, such as homelessness. Homelessness is a very serious issue. There's a great deal of effort and government initiatives, not just federal government initiatives. You'll find that the federal government works very closely
with other jurisdictions, in particular our provinces, and through the provinces, often municipalities and those nonprofit support groups. Support groups like the Main Street Project, Madam Speaker, in my home city, or Siloam Mission, and supporting these organizations where there are many individuals that have had to deal firsthand on a daily basis with individuals that are trying to overcome the addiction. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that as a Parliament, that there have been a number of actions in which the government has taken, and it is making a difference. Is it going far enough? Well, I think there's always room for improvement. And that's one of the reasons why I said at the onset of the comments why it was important that we take a look at the legislation, and if there's ways in which it can be amended so that it can receive more broader support, then I believe that the government would be open to that, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, I don't think there's some members that care more about the issue. We see the deaths that occur. We see the impacts on the families. We see the impacts all round. And having a caring heart, wanting to do the right thing, I believe is something that all members on all sides of the House would ultimately like to see happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Debate, the honourable member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill on the rehabilitation of, I was also in a youth center in my for more than 25 years, and what we see that the more corrective measures are important, but if it's just limited to that, it doesn't work, our system. We need to have rehabilitation and social reintegration, and we need the means to do so. So Bill C-240 proposes to amend the criminal code to allow courts to order, in addition to a prison sentence, that offenders undertake certain measures during their period of detention, particularly in the areas of education, vocational training, and treatment. This bill also makes related amendments to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to, in particular, ensure that the objectives of the program's offenders may be required to follow during their period of detention are included in the correctional plan developed by the director of the institution where they're in custody, and to ensure that the assessments considered by parole boards when deciding whether or not to grant parole or not. So this is a technical change to the sentencing system, but behind this amendment lies, above all, a fundamental question, that of the actual role that incarceration plays in our criminal justice system. There's a punitive or deterrent aspect. There's a protection of the public, of course, but above all, there's rehabilitation to reduce repeat offenses, and most importantly, this is the base. And this bill is based on the well-documented observation, namely that a prison sentence that is not accompanied by a structured rehabilitation effort risks producing the opposite effect of what's intended. An inmate who leaves prison without training or skills or tools is much more vulnerable to reoffending, to the detriment of public safety and social cohesion. And this is a fact. For example, researchers at the Inter-University Research Center for Organizational Analysis, or CIRANO, found that the repeat offense rate amongst inmates who participated in their programs was 10% in Montreal versus 50% amongst non-participants over a 5-year period. So more specifically, this bill would allow the court to order that the offender, when a program exists, be able to participate in training to acquire professional technical skills related to potential employment, or a role in a provincially approved treatment program, or take other measures specified in the order. This bill also provides that the offender must take reasonable efforts to comply with these obligations. Madam Speaker, this approach is a step in the right direction in principle. Rehabilitation is not merely a humanitarian issue, but a public safety imperative. Numerous studies, and I mentioned one earlier, including those by the Office of the Correctional Investigator of Canada, clearly demonstrate that participation in education and training programs significantly reduces the risk of recidivism, and it's in this spirit that the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-240. However, while this bill grants courts the power to order measures, these measures must actually exist. They need to be accessible and adapted to the realities of today's labor market. The Correctional Investigators 2019-2020 annual report is clear. It shows it paints a troubling picture of the state of programs offered under federal jurisdiction. There's outdated training, obsolete equipment, a near total lack of access to digital learning, and extremely limited opportunities for post-secondary education. Inmates themselves testify that the jobs and training offered serve primarily to pass the time rather than to acquire genuine transferable skills. In several workshops of the employment or employability program, the tools and work methods no longer meet current standards and do not lead to any recognized certification. Madam Speaker, this highlights a fundamental inconsistency. We can't, on the one hand, recognize in law the importance of training and rehabilitation, and on the other hand, maintain a correctional system that fails to offer credible, modern, and adequately funded programs. And this inconsistency is all the more concerning given that the federal government's recent budget decisions signal significant cuts within Correctional Service Canada, or CSC. So a reduction in spending and staff will inevitably have a direct and detrimental impact on access to programs, even if we recognize their importance. It doesn't really make sense. So, note, however, that jurisdiction over the administration of justice and social reintegration lies largely with the provinces and Quebec. Quebec, in particular, has distinguished itself through more effective rehabilitation approaches within the provincial prison system. Studies have shown that social reintegration programs contribute to a significant reduction in repeat offenses. So Bill 240 must therefore be examined with great vigilance. Yes, the legislative objective is laudable. Yes, the idea of linking sentencing more closely to a path of accountability and rehabilitation deserves our support. But without concrete investment, without accessible programs, and without respect for the division of powers, this bill may remain largely theoretical and superficial. Finally, Madam Speaker, this bill also amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to recognize the trafficking of large quantities of fentanyl as an aggravating factor. And this reality reflects the severity of the overdose crisis affecting many communities, and it requires firm responses to large-scale trafficking networks. Nevertheless, the fight against this crisis cannot rely solely on harsher penalties. It requires sustained investment in prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation, both within and outside of the prison system. In short, Madam Speaker, Bill C-240 raises important issues and deserves serious consideration at committee. The Bloc is prepared to study this bill with an open mind, but also with rigor, to ensure that the powers granted to the courts are accompanied by real resources and that rehabilitation is not merely a principle enshrined in law, but a concrete reality for incarcerated individuals and for society as a whole. So it's in this spirit that the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-240 at second reading. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I come from a place where we have stunning coastline, innovative businesses, delicious restaurants, talented artists, and a mild climate that makes me want to put down whatever I'm doing and take the dog for a hike. We have much to celebrate. But we also have one of the highest death rates from overdose in Canada, fueled by an addictions crisis that is ruining people's lives, leaving them with traumatic brain injuries and killing far too many. The numbers have been improving, but we are still one of Canada's hardest hit communities with insufficient services, social disorder, and a crime rate and crime severity index that are both well above the national average. Many people struggle with addiction without ever committing a crime. But when people live on the street without stable support while dealing with a serious addiction, a significant percentage will inevitably have repeated contact with the criminal justice system. It's a cycle that's hard to break, Madam Speaker. Addiction leads to instability, instability encourages poor choices, and those poor choices lead right back into the criminal justice system. We've had porta potty arson, with 4 set on fire in just one night. A person who roamed a busy downtown mall parking lot with a hypodermic syringe attached to a toy bow and arrow. A city worker stabbed over and over again with syringes in a park washroom. Addiction-driven assaults with axes, illegal firearms, knives, bricks, bear spray, and human feces. Crime on boats, in coffee shops, and in homes. And the fires. I once had a local fire official tell me that the probability of a fire in certain kinds of buildings was 100%. These are not organized or rational crimes. They reflect instability, create real fear in our community, and the people who commit them are often not deterrable or treatable through the traditional tools of our criminal justice system. That's why I'm proud to rise today to second and support Bill C-240, the Offender Rehabilitation Act, sponsored by my colleague from Kitchener Centre. This bill combines accountability with real rehabilitation, taking a practical, balanced, and long overdue step towards improving both community safety and offender outcomes in my community and across Canada. Canada is one of the only Western countries that automatically releases offenders before the end of their sentence, regardless of behavior. Canada's current approach does not encourage change. It does not reward effort, and it does not give Canadians confidence. This legislation allows judges to require offenders to participate in education, training, or treatment programs while serving their sentence. It considers progress in those programs in parole decisions. It introduces the principle that early release should be earned through demonstrated effort and real change. This comes as recidivism rates in Canada remain too high, with estimates approaching 88% for some populations. But if prisons are merely storage facilities, if someone walks out of custody with the same skills, the same habits, and the same challenges they had when they went in, we should not be surprised when they reoffend. First-time offenders increasingly lack basic education and job skills. Many do not have a high school diploma. Others struggle with literacy and executive function. You just can't tell a person struggling with both addiction and ADHD who lives on the street to show up Tuesday at 10 a.m., Madam Speaker, and expect them to be there. Education, skills training, and treatment programs in corrections are linked to better employment outcomes and lower rates of reoffending by as much as 30%. I had the chance to see this in action on a recent visit to the Nanaimo Correctional Centre. The Guthrie program is a separate, provincially funded therapeutic community unit within the Nanaimo Correctional Centre that builds life skills, responsibility, and practical tools that offenders need to reintegrate into society. Participants are given the kind of responsibility that builds capacity, that teaches them to lead, and that will help them find work and build stability when they return to our community and their communities when they come from other places in Canada. Being there reminded me that the people who end up in prison for convictions tied to addiction are not just our fathers, sisters, and children. They are our teachers, lawyers, and skilled workers. Addiction does not discriminate, and when it takes hold, it can unravel even the most stable lives. But here's the rub. Programs like Guthrie exist. The expertise exists. What's been missing is a system that consistently and effectively evaluates the people in it for potential rehabilitation, encourages and incentivizes participation, and ties it to outcomes. Also missing are clear incentives and spaces for women, visible minorities, and other populations that face systemic and persistent discrimination. This bill provides the federal government with reasons to work with the provinces to create and expand programs like the Guthrie program, both in and out of correctional facilities, by empowering judges to prescribe structured rehabilitation programs for offenders who would benefit from skills development, education, and recovery as part of a holistic healing process. It costs roughly $125,000 a year to incarcerate someone in a men's institution and over $215,000 a year in a women's institution. By contrast, community-based programs that support reintegration cost a fraction of that, often as low as $15,000 per person per year, while delivering better outcomes. And while corrections-based programs are more expensive, the investment in programs like the Guthrie program pay off in lower recidivism and better outcomes for everyone. Bill C-240 is not soft on crime. It's smart on recovery. It requires parole boards to consider an offender's progress in completing court-ordered rehabilitation programs when making parole decisions. It also enables stricter penalties for fentanyl traffickers by making trafficking fent in large quantities an aggravating factor in sentencing. This is the work I came to this place to do, Madam Speaker, and I am deeply grateful to my colleague from Kitchener Centre for letting me, and by extension, the people of Nanaimo Ladysmith, play a role in moving this important legislation forward. Other jurisdictions have already shown that when you combine accountability with structured rehabilitation, you get better results. In countries like Norway, the system places a strong emphasis on education, work skills, and personal responsibility during incarceration. Release decisions are closely tied to readiness for reintegration. When someone leaves custody, they're better prepared to lead a law-abiding life. The results speak for themselves. Norway has some of the lowest recidivism rates in the world. We should not copy any one system exactly. Canada has its own context, its own challenges, and its own legal framework. But the principle is consistent. If you want safer communities, you have to reduce reoffending. And if you want to reduce reoffending, you need a system that promotes real change, not just the passage of time. This bill takes an important step in that direction, and it provides powerful incentives for this federal government to work with the provinces to expand programs like Guthrie across the country. This bill does its work carefully and responsibly. It builds confidence while improving outcomes. It's fair and effective, and it improves public safety. Victims and their families want a system that takes accountability seriously. But they also want a system that has a measure of mercy and opportunity for change. And they'd really like to see a system that actually stops what's happened to them and their loved ones from happening to others. By strengthening the link between rehabilitation and release, offenders have an opportunity to break the pattern, to improve their lives. There is sometimes a tendency to frame these issues as a choice between being tough on crime and supporting rehabilitation. That is the wrong way to look at it, because justice requires both. Madam Speaker, I think back to what I saw at the Nanaimo Correctional Centre. I didn't see criminals, I saw people. People who, with the right support and the weight of expectations, are taking steps to change their lives. I saw corrections officers committed to that goal, and I saw a program that makes a real difference. This bill aligns with those outcomes. Every time someone leaves custody, they return to a neighborhood, to a family, to a workplace, or to a community. One question we should be asking is, are they more or less likely to reoffend? This legislation helps ensure the answer is the one Canadians want. For those reasons, I encourage all members of this House to support this bill, and I am proud to second and support it. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I start, I want to thank my colleague for Kitchener Centre for standing up and having the tremendous amount of strength that she had today to share the story. I far too often in my 47 years have had to say goodbye to many, many family members way too early. They never were able to climb the mountain that she was able to climb, but I'm able to share her story now to say that you can climb that mountain and be in this hallowed hall one day. So thank you again to the member. So I want to thank the opportunity to speak to the Private Members Bill C-240, the Offender Rehabilitation Act. This bill proposes amendments to the Criminal Code, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, or CCRA, and the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act. More specifically, the proposed amendments would allow a court to prescribe measures that an offender must undertake during their sentence, such as participation in treatment or employment programs, require that such measures be incorporated into an offender's correctional plan, and that progress be considered by the Parole Board of Canada, or PBC, when making sentencing decisions, and treat large-scale fentanyl trafficking as an aggravating sentencing factor. Madam Speaker, our primary responsibility as a government is to keep all Canadians safe. This responsibility requires us to carefully review legislation, assess their implications, and ensure that they uphold the values that Canadians expect of us. Madam Speaker, we support the principles of Bill C-240 at this stage and recognize that it requires further study at the committee stage to address certain challenges present in its current form. We look forward to working together to rectify these issues and ensure the safety of all Canadians. With this in mind, I will use my time to talk about how the Correctional Services of Canada, CSC, helps people in custody achieve their substance use goals, as well as how parole works in Canada, Madam Speaker. Substance use is a complex health issue that requires a balanced approach focused on prevention, treatment, and harm reduction. Through its national drug and substance strategy, CSC takes a health-centered approach to substance abuse, recognizing that addressing problematic use is essential to rehabilitation and public safety. CSC provides screening, evidence-based treatment, and peer-supported recovery services. This includes substance use treatment delivered by healthcare professionals, such as opioid agonist treatment for individuals with opioid use disorder. CSC also implements harm reduction measures to reduce the risk of overdose and the spread of infectious diseases while supporting access to care. CSC further supports recovery through peer-based programs, which use lived experience to promote engagement, recovery, and successful reintegration into the community. Madam Speaker, the majority of offenders are serving fixed-length sentences. This means they will eventually be released back into the community once their sentence ends. Now let me, for this moment, explain how parole works in Canada. Parole contributes to public safety by helping offenders reintegrate into society as law-abiding citizens through a gradual, controlled, and supported release with conditions. Parole decisions are made by the Parole Board of Canada, an independent administrative tribunal that operates at an arm's length from government and free from outside influence. Madam Speaker, the process can take place either through an in-office review file review, or a face-to-face hearing with the offender and their parole officer. When hearings are held in person, observers may request to attend remotely. Board members consider all relevant and available information in assessing an offender's risk to reoffend. Its decisions are based on a thorough risk assessment of all relevant and available information. That includes information from police, courts, Crown attorneys, mental health professionals, correctional authorities, private agencies, Indigenous communities, and victims of crime. Madam Speaker, we must not forget that an offender on parole is not completely free. They continue to be monitored and supported by a parole officer from Corrections Services Canada. The Parole Board of Canada may revoke an offender's release not only if they breach their conditions, but also if their risk is assessed as having become unacceptable. Madam Speaker, I want to assure all Canadians that public safety is a primary consideration in all conditional release decisions. I'd also like to share some information with you about recidivism. Over the last 10 years, 93% of offenders granted day and full parole by the Parole Board of Canada have not committed a new offence while on parole, and 99% of offenders have not committed a new violent offence while on parole. I would also like to emphasize that victims have a role to play in the parole process as well. They may register to receive information from the Parole Board of Canada and Correctional Service of Canada. Victims may also provide information to the Correctional Services of Canada and/or the Parole Board of Canada at any time throughout the offender's sentence for consideration when making decisions related to the offender's security level, evaluations, or the offender's programming, needs, and overall risk to reoffend. This includes by board members when deciding whether the offender should be released and the conditions they impose. Madam Speaker, victims can choose to provide a victim statement describing the impact the crime continues to have on them, express their views about the possible conditional release of the offender, and ask the Correctional Service of Canada to consider their area of residence when making release plans. Victims can also request that special conditions for the parole board to consider. For example, preventing the offender from communicating with them or their family from going to any specified place. Further, victims may attend the offender's parole hearing as observers and could read their written statement to board members outlining the continuing impact the offense has had on them, as well as any risk of or safety concerns the offender may impose. The National Office for Victims, through Public Safety Canada, provides a central resource for victims of federal offenders. It is committed to empowering victims of federal offenders through information. Victims of crime can use this information to understand how authorities determine eligibility dates for different types of release. Through the Canadian Victims Bill of Rights, the Government of Canada also provides the following rights to victims of crime: the right to information, the right to protection, the right to participation, and the right to seek restitution. Under the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, victims of crime can receive information on progress made by inmates towards meeting the objectives of their correctional plan. Madam Speaker, the government will always take the protection of these rights seriously. We will continue to ensure the safety of all Canadians. As we support sending this bill to committee, Madam Speaker, we hope to further the progress, efforts, and values I discussed today by strengthening the piece of legislation and ensuring a safer Canada for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinangé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought I just had 2 minutes left. Well, 3 minutes? Well, that sounds like a gift. We're talking about criminality and rehabilitation. There are different ways to look at incarceration of criminals, someone who committed an offense. The first is to say you need to understand the severity of what you did and pay for that, as they say, and you're going to live a hard life in incarceration, and then you won't do that again. With that in mind, you don't support the person. You almost want to make them suffer, but that doesn't work, that approach, Madam Speaker. It's not the way you can rehabilitate people. The constructive way, if you believe in rehabilitation, as we do in the Bloc, it's to take this individual and put them on a path to a more positive life. First, they need to become aware of what they did, and then we need to give a general diagnosis of that person's life. Where are they? How are they? What brought this person to this life of crime? Because often it's easy to say he's just a criminal or she's just a criminal, but look at their socioeconomic context. People who committed violence were often victims themselves of violence during their childhood. So we have to understand this person, support them, give them the tools with training and rehabilitation. And that, as studies clearly show, it increases very clearly their chances of rehabilitation. And with that in mind, the bill that we're discussing today seems to be positive at first view. At second, well, the principle of this bill, Madam Speaker, as announced by my colleague, the Bloc will vote in favor of it. We will do rigorous and serious work at committee to ensure that the measures that are taken are effective and that lead to positive results, because when someone has to be rehabilitated and we can avoid this person from reoffending, it's not just in their favor, it's in all of society's favor. So I think this should be the end of my time. So I'm happy to end my work week. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you very much. Thank you. Who will have 7 minutes to complete his speech when this bill comes back to be debated in the House.
Consideration of private members' business has now expired and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
As it is 2:30, the House is now adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.